So brand. I have issues with this computer. Give me a second.
There it is.
I could do the Walter football.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and good morning to America, and good night to Australia.
That's pretty good.
As usual, we're back on the day, and there's a lot of good news going around in terms of how and what we can do to isolate ourselves. And India is also trying to extend the lockdown because that is the way forward to do this. And so Willie is joining us at the same time. So how is Willie, Australia doing?
Good. We're in lockdown, and it's really working well. I'm looking at the stats that are regarding Australia, and it's kind of not so much. It's a starting of the flat line. It's the beginning of the flat line. We're not there, but we're working towards it.
That's good news, Willie. That's very, very good.
Yeah. One of the things I've been seeing that I think should have been more across the world was the coronavirus. My perception of the coronavirus was the blind leading the blind, because we could not see it. And one of the things that came up was in China, they already had thermal imaging helmets with a visor that could tell that somebody coming towards you had a temperature or not. And my belief, vaccine aside, this would have been a good starting point. At least you could identify who needs to move to the right and who needs to move to the left of things. But when I went online and looked at thermal imaging, there's quite a few companies that's doing it, and different companies have different narratives and different agendas happening. So I kind of just left it at that, not really sure how to take this further.
You know, you got a good point there, because we know that this is a step-by-step thing. And as you said, it's the blind leading the blind, right? We've never dealt with a problem like this before. The best thing to do is stay at home, isolate until they can contain it. But look, you know, Nick, one of the things I've looked at is pretty much anything that's happened in Australia usually is an impact to us 2 weeks later. Australia has self-isolated long before us, but hopefully that's an indication that maybe 2 weeks from now we'll see a flat line, or the getting to that first edge of a flat line. What do you think, Nick?
What do I think? I have no clue. So you tell me what's going to happen. I don't have a crystal ball. Anyway,
He did so much of the data and did well.
Dr. Bob Arnaud just emailed me while you were talking, and he's going to be on at 12:30 Eastern time, so he'll be on in 2.5 hours right now. That's I haven't got back from Dr. Moskowitz. We're going to find out what time he's going to be here, but I just want to let you guys have the heads up on that. Okay, so so the thing is, in terms of the crystal ball, hard to predict. See, here's what I think is really happening. Okay, as you're doing the social isolation, which empirically works, it's just like face mask. Okay, Dr. Yu was right. The face mask work. It's empirical. You put stuff between you and the person who's spreading the disease. No matter how bad it might be, it will slow or eliminate the problem. Okay, you separate about people, it's going to slow or eliminate the problem. All right, but here's the problem with the solution. All right, we want to all get, open up the economy, bring everybody back. Okay. Very good. Let's say that we do that. does the problem come back? See what I mean? In other words, it's not a permanent solution to the problem. It's one of these band-aids. A lot of stuff that we discuss, or at least is discussed in media, are what I call band-aids. We're going to produce more ventilators. Okay, that means that's a band-aid. We already have the problem, and the thing is, the person's already in serious trouble. So now we're going to do a ventilator. We're going to produce more ventilators. That doesn't solve the problem.
Well, we know that a ventilator sometimes is a 60% chance that they will not make it.
Yeah, right. All right. So that doesn't solve the problem. Okay. Yeah. Let's look at the things that are the band-aids that do not stop the bleeding. All right. Mask, they're band-aids. They don't stop the bleeding. Washing your hands, well, that custom should have probably been eliminated a long time ago. It's been a bad idea for many centuries, and they should just have eliminated it a long time ago. Okay, but it still won't stop the problem.
Shaking the hands.
Right, yeah. right. Okay, so we got two band-aids that won't stop the problem. Ventilators won't stop the problem. Adding more hospital beds will not stop the problem. So what will? Well, what will slow it down, of course, further is treatment. In other words, after you actually have it, then there's treatments that are right now going through clinical trials that can actually improve people's condition, and it may not stop the problem, but it may reduce the amount of deaths or serious illness. The other thing that will work sooner or later is what Dr. Fossey said, which is the vaccine, but the vaccines could be quite some time away. Now, Senator Lameau said, well, it may be in January that we actually have it. In other words, maybe sooner than we think. And that might be true. And the reason why is the repositioning drugs. In other words, the real problem with putting the drugs in the market space is the adverse side effects that could take place, especially if you're developing a new vaccine. Okay, if you have a repositioning drug, it's already been basically gone through clinical trials to be used for X, like the Ebola virus, and now we're going to try to modify it to use for Y, which we're going to have the coronavirus. Now, the person we're going to have on also, along with Dr. Bruno, is this gentleman called, he seems to be quite an interesting character, Dr. Moskowitz. Now, he was a graduate of the Harvard Law School. He also taught at, looks like he taught at Washington University in St. Louis, but here's what he's been doing now, pioneering genomics-based medicine from 2001 till the present. And he also still sees patients. So he's basically what I call into it. If you're not he's into the genome. As I said out there, there's these MD PhDs that you never see that do the research on this all the time. And I've tried to get some of them on the program. One is going to get on, but they're actually doing, he may not be on for another month or two. They're actually developing a vaccine through clinical trials. These people are extremely difficult to get on the media because guess what they're doing every day is they're working on the vaccine or they're working on treatments. But I do know who I can plug into them, and he may be on in the next 2 or 3 weeks. I'll let you know. But they're what I call the MD PhDs. They're the ones that actually do the research and actually technically know what they're doing on this because this is all they do. So they do research development, and he according to his website actually sees clients, patients. A lot of them they never see a patient. In other words, the patients are way out in.
Well, and whoa, Nick, we lost you.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, it's got this little button. Yeah. And I accidentally push it. Now I know how to mute myself.
Remember every time we touched our mic on our.
I know. Yeah, it depends what system that you use. But the thing is, on Fridays, what I'd like to do is make Friday concentrate on the cures and solutions and the treatments, and bring in I've been scheduling most of the medical doctors on Friday, because the thing is, this way we have something forward to look at the weekend rather than all of a sudden have bad news throughout the week. And so the thing is, we're trying to go ahead and do that because I'm trying to get them a scheduling time. Now, Monday, of course, we're going to have economists on, which is going to be the next phase of this. It's not, okay, coronavirus, let's say we have it under control. How about the economy? and it's not just the U.S. economy, the world economy. What are we going to do with that? Because
well, that's not the next phase. It's happening now. I mean, we are addressing the issue now, right? So, I mean, we want to think of our health first, but the whole aspect is that this is something we've been discussing for several weeks. What's going to happen to all the people who lost their jobs, lost their company?
Well, the thing is, Fiat is already developing a testing come back to work program, okay, which is what we were looking at here in our program about a month ago. Not that we predict the future, but if I had Willie Hill on a month before there was a toilet paper run in the United States, I would go, well, I should have stocked up on toilet paper at Costco. Okay, but
he had Willie on, and he told us, and 2 weeks later it happened.
I know it happened here in the U.S., and I was going, I fell out of my chair. You know, it's going, okay.
As I go, maybe 2 weeks later that happens to us, but Australia took more extreme measures and sooner. So, irregardless of what we're talking about today, we have to look at the people and the measures they took. India took very extreme measures. And I read a little bit of an article. You guys centralize, like I was saying. You need to centralize in your communities, right? And I noticed that India was doing the same thing. They were centralizing their communities a little bit more to contain it in communities, and that to me made so much more sense, because eventually you can start to move out of your hole, basically your home, and stay within your parameters there. But somebody showed me, Scarlett is always good with the science data. And again, they were posting last night all the air flights, because to me that's big, right? And there's no other country has a lot of air flights. America, we look like an ant hill, just a working ant hill. So I gotta wonder who's traveling and why.
Yeah, the thing is, it's a big problem. But again, it's hurt the airline industry, and the airline industry is looking, okay, how are we ever going to recover? Because if people aren't allowed to get on the flights, this is really bad for their pilots, bad for the stewardesses, bad for the corporation. Do they still have to pay? Do they still have to pay fees right now to all the airports to keep the airports open? What about the airports staying open? So it has this big rippling effect in the economy right now, as the airline industry has basically crashed, and they didn't have to crash one plane to do it. So there's going to have to be a solution, and I believe the Fiat, as I said earlier, Fiat is already going through a testing, bring back to work type of program in Italy. So they've already, and that's in Italy, which has got really bombed by it. But the Fiat people have figured it out. Testing. Now in the United States, I recently heard by one of our leaders, I won't mention, that we don't need any tests. Okay, now wait a minute, Charlie. Okay, wait a minute, Charlie. I don't know who you're listening to, but the thing is that the testing, certifications, retesting, using apps. Now, this is something that we could do later on in our program, Willie, is to bring on the tech industry and see what they're developing in terms of apps, because what I understand, a lot of them are building apps, or they have apps that people check into, and some of the apps are pretty sophisticated, as they if you walk by them, they know your temperature. In other words, if you get too close to somebody. So the thing is, there's new technologies that are coming out that are attempting to solve this, and we'd like to reach out to the startup community and the tech community to figure out what sort of applications they have, and then bring them on IBM TV so they can share it with the world. Because I really, I would be very interested in that. And they don't get a lot of press, as you know, in the mainstream media. You're not going to see the new apps that are developed and the startups that are coming up with ideas and solutions for this, or at least to be able to do the second part of the solution, get people back to work again without increasing the infections, because there's a technology solution to it. South Korea has moved that direction already. I think they're the leaders in that particular area. In terms of, like I say, Monday we're going to have the former current professor at Yale, now dean of Yale, former dean of Yale Business School, now professor of economics, and we're going to discuss that. Tuesday, we're going to have a person from Hollywood producer, as opposed to a Bollywood producer, as Ankit would know, discussing the effect it has on the movie industry. Now, Wednesday, what I'd like to do is open it up to the startup community and the tech community to figure out what solutions they're developing right now for this, because otherwise,
I'm going to try to get somebody from ESPN to join us to explain to us what's happening in the sport industry as well. So
that's basically dead. I mean, who watches ESPN unless you want to watch reruns? I mean, that's the
yeah. But I will, in the startup world, people get very creative when things are down, like we discussed. And do you know what the biggest crazed app is right now?
No, I don't have a clue.
It's a slot machine app.
Really?
Okay. Shut down, right?
Oh, yeah,
they shut down, and the biggest app. And this is why I tell people: you can invent an app or technology that will save the world, that will educate the world, that will just, it won't make any money, it won't get any support, but you can make a game or something very, very, wicked cool, and it's gonna just scream and make billions. I mean, look at Crazy Birds, right? That guy was making millions of dollars a day off of a stupid app.
Yeah.
And
well, the thing is, we'll have to reach out to our communities and see what they got.
So I just want to share with the people, I thought that was interesting. And coming April 18th, sorry guys, April 18th, Sasha Starr is going to be doing a game that we can all participate on, and it's kind of like betting, but not. The crowns are free. He distributes all these crowns. You log in, you get your crowns, and you guess the moves of each player, and in chess.
What time is that on the 18th? He's going to
3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And so this is just something new to do to challenge people. He's also, I think, going to have some classes for people on how this is done and how to do it. We're scaling the model a little bit to make it easier for some people, where maybe you just guess who wins or loses, because that's a little bit easier than guessing the next move. And then maybe even guessing the guessers, like which guesser is going to be the best one. And that would be easier because you're not having to guess the move, but you're going to be guessing the talent of the people. So we're going to have some fun, a little bit like gambling, but not. You have to use your mind just a little bit more. But it's going to be fun. And that, again, is April 18th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, but as people become more extremely bored, they start learning more about esports. There's speaking about this, also Wednesday, where we are trying to get the Prime Minister of New Zealand on, but we have not got that confirmed yet, because they did a complete shutdown and apparently have really put the coronavirus to complete stop in New Zealand, which is, by the way, your neighbor, as you know, Willie. Okay, next door. But if you can reach out, since I know you're heavily involved in the startup community, if you can let them know we're interested in having somebody on Wednesday that does that has developed things for the coronavirus. In other words, if they have the latest battery, I'm not that interested. In other words, improvement on battery. We actually went to a presentation in Raleigh and Wilmington, and some guy was carrying around a battery, and I'm going like, this just has no appeal. What's a better battery than the other batteries? Blank, I mean, it just really had no real pizzazz to it. So they and the startup community works on a lot of ideas, okay, but do they work on ideas that would affect the coronavirus positively, or having people the ability to get back to work? And that's what we're really looking for to put on IBM TV Wednesday, because I'm assuming the Prime Minister, it's going to be real tough to get. So even though we got that in there, it has not been confirmed. So I'd rather devote Wednesday for the the startup community, because the startup community, they're struggling right now. I mean, it's hard enough to be a startup. Can you imagine being a startup in an economy that's shut down? However,
but still, I think, on a positive side, I mean, there are a lot of things or innovations we can do at this point of time. And every time when you have a hard time, there are a lot of new entrepreneurs or businesses coming up.
Oh, of course,
so, now everyone is looking for vaccines. Everyone is looking for hygienic products. So I think that market will definitely go up rather than the other one. And also, when you talk about restaurants, I think that healthy restaurants will be the next future, because there are a lot of restaurants, but not about the healthy cafes or healthy restaurants which serve you healthy food and count the calories as well.
Right.
And
Yeah. I mean,
lifestyles too. I think people are going to start going out more and absorbing vitamin D, because this is something we hear from every one of the doctors. Get out there, absorb more vitamin D, build your immunity. I think and we discussed this yesterday, right? I think right after you left, Nick, that everything's going to be about building the immunity system. We're going to have tests that measure your immunity system. And this is an app that needs to be developed. Just like you measure your cholesterol, we're going to have to start measuring our immunity system.
So, Nick, I have a question for you and a billion-dollar idea. I'm not sure about billion, but billion-dollar idea. But before that, I would like to introduce our next show, which is coming up on air in some time with Dr. Saggu.
Oh, really? Okay, right. Okay, so this is
oh, love it.
every Friday, 11 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, so the thing is, okay, that's good, because that's good. Because is he going to be on starting this Friday or not, or do you know?
This Friday.
So it starts this Friday.
Today.
This Friday, we'll be using the same platform, and we'll have Dr. Yu and Dr. Saggu discussing about immunity for half an hour, and we all will be on backstage. And maybe once we have questions, then we'll come on.
Okay, not that I have to ask a technical question, because I've invited the other doctors to this platform. Are they going to be on this channel, or do they have a separate?
They will be in half an hour, and your doctors will be coming after that show.
Okay, fine. All right, fine. Okay, so they're going to be on 11 o'clock. So wait a minute. Man, this is real important. So do I get a break from 11 to 12 today? That's what I want to know. You know. Okay, good.
Okay, is that what's happening? We give
half an hour show.
It's a half. So we stop for a half hour, and Dr. Saggu comes on for a half hour. So it's kind of like 60 minutes.
I think really we have to help
So each person has their segment. So you learn, Andy Rooney comes on at whatever. Well, Dr. Saggu's going to come on every Friday at this hour. And then people can learn to build their immunity.
And he's going to come on every Friday at 11 EST. Is that the thing? Okay, so from 11 EST till when do I get my break? I get a break from 11 to 11:30, right?
Half hour, 30 minutes. So you get
half an hour coffee break.
Good, that's what I need. You
can take a 30-minute high immunity break, right? Eat apples, oranges, drink tea.
Okay, come on, we're in America. You mean?
And I have a question, or maybe a suggestion, that when you talk about credit ratings, can we have antibodies rating on an app where people can, share their antibodies rating, and then they can join, or maybe allowed to join certain events or hotels, or maybe on the airplane and all things like that?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, this is what I'm saying. In terms of the technology sector, they can develop certain apps that, and they're already doing that in Korea, that actually mitigate the potential of people that infecting people during the period of time between now and the time there's a vaccine, which is going to be quite a period of time. However, let's get real here also. This is the first experience that we had in a worldwide pandemic. As Mr. Gates had predicted, this is going to happen. Well, it could happen again. And part of the reason why is the transportation cost internationally, and people moving from country to country is so easy than it was 20 years ago. Like I said, I told Ankit, I said, look, I could fly out there. It's like $800 round trip. It used to be like $8,000 round trip. You see what I mean? So it was prohibitively expensive to travel. Now, if you even shop right, sometimes you get like these incredible bargains. And so what happens is that people are moving around internationally a lot more. We had, in the U.S., we had like 20,000 people in Ecuador. What the heck were they doing down there? 20,000. That's not like one or two. I mean, that's a ton of people. And that's just kind of like on a regular day, we'll have, like in India, on a regular day, we probably would have 100,000 or 200,000 people. Yeah. And you'd have 100 or 200,000 people in our country. It's just the nature of the beast today. And so when Bill Gates was going through this, he was going, the reason why Ebola and SARS and MERS didn't take off is we didn't have this interconnectivity through the transportation system. Today we do. Yeah. So
and we did Bill Gates TED Talk on IBM TV yesterday. for all of you.
We had Bill Gates on yesterday on Tech
Yes,
Talk.
we did.
Yeah.
Wait, is he still running? Is he still running on IBM TV? Bill Gates
Yes.
Talk.
Yes.
Okay, yeah,
But
we
it's on our show.
Oh, really? We got to keep it. Oh, he was on our show. What we need to do is take his TED Talk and stick it on our main platform.
We could probably do that, but
Yeah,
he's probably on our show.
I already did it. I mean,
Yeah.
we just have to put that particular video and then put it on IBM TV. That's what we can do.
Yeah, we need to put his TED Talk show on IBM TV that took place 5 years ago because it was so prophetic. In other words, he's going like, okay, here's what's going to happen, guys. I've looked at all this blah, 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 and what's going to happen, there's going to be a pandemic. That's the highest thing highest probabilities is it's not going to be a nuclear war. It's not going to be all this other stuff you're thinking of. Here's what it's going to be. It's going to be a little virus that's going to shut down the world. And he said 3 trillion. Oh, speaking of, we'll do a little economic update here. Okay, the markets did go up the other day, but that's because the Federal Reserve says they're going to throw in another, you'll like this, Willie, another $2.3 trillion in additional stimulus. And the Federal Reserve does it by pushing money out and buying loans and giving the banks more money, basically. So it's basically going to be loans, but it doesn't matter. It's $2.3 trillion of additional money is going to be put into the economy by the Federal Reserve. Then the Senate was going to put another $200 billion into the programs that they developed through the their stimulus program, but that got into a political meltdown at this point in time. It'll take a while, but I think they're going to work out that $200 billion in additional stimulus for small business owners and individuals. Of course, it sent the markets back up again because it was a positive effect on the economy, as the solution economically here is to basically flood the economy with money. However, and I'm going to give you my however, and we're going to talk to, like I said, Monday, the former dean of Yale University School of Business and current economic professor at Yale University. Okay, but my empirical take on it is that the GDP does not increase. In other words, your gross domestic product goes down. It doesn't matter how much money you print. When GDP goes down, something bad happens, and our gross domestic product will go down. There's just no question about it. It's going to go down in the U.S. It's going to go down worldwide. What is the effect on GDP going down? Even though there's more money in the economy. So I don't think we're out of the woods economically yet, and it may be a longer time frame than we're looking at. And again, I don't know what models that they're developing at Yale and other business schools, or even if they're looking at models or modeling this as to what and when and where the economy is going to go. It may be directly correlated with the vaccines and the treatments that are coming out. But the thing is, the vaccines and treatments will come out first. The economy may lag. In other words, just because you have a treatment or you have a vaccine doesn't mean that the economy is going, oh, well, the vaccine's here, so everything's fine again. No. What happened in 2008, once people were laid off, the businesses go, I'm not sure if I want to rehire them right away. See what I mean? And they go, if you're going to reopen your restaurant business, you're going to say, oh, we're going to hire everybody back. No, you won't. You're going to hire a couple people back at a time. You're slowly going to build up. You're not going to just jump back in. So the repercussions of this can take place a lot longer than the disease itself. So we're in for a long haul. But we will talk to the professor of economics to see what his thought is. As you know, the economist, here's the direction of the economy. Okay, depending on who you talk to. So we'll see what they have. There is the economic, the models that they're using right now for flattening the curve. Actually, I believe come from Washington State University. They have a development. I think Max went over that the other day. They're doing the modeling on that. Now, when they do models on that, it's like the Weather Channel. When they get data, it's easier to predict the near future than it is the far future. As you go further out in your model, the more variance takes place and the more inaccurate you're going to be. It's just like, what is the weather going to be in December of this year? Don't know. You can go look at last year's data and make a guess, but as you get closer to the date, you're more accurate. But you do know it's going to be cooler than it is today. I mean, you can...
I think we can utilize measurements such as, are people staying home? The enforcements that you're doing to maintain that. I think you can start utilizing that data as well to control that. Again, it's the lag in the test. And I think you're right, Nick. I think we're going to have to establish some sort of testing, COVID-19 certification. You've been preaching that. In fact, I'm sitting here thinking, can we start a business called COVID certification?
Oh, I already saw you could actually do you could buy the certified COVID-19 URL, for what it's worth. But
I don't know. I would want to own that. I think there's going to be other viruses, and I think we hit the nail on the head this week when we talked about you just need to start testing your immunity. It's going to be all about rebuilding our human immunity. I also like the idea that the Earth has cleaned itself a little bit. We've given our Earth an opportunity to reset, and I think that is a huge impact on human life in general. And because I think we were heading in the wrong direction. I really do. And this rest for humans and rest for the Earth has been a good thing. But Nick, to kind of add to the economic situation, we have nowhere else to go but up right now, I hope.
No, that's not true. I think we're going to continue to go down because the thing is,
how are we right now?
Well, I know Friday we're supposed to be optimistic, but here's also the reality is the unemployment numbers are going to start coming out, and they're going to be horrific, and horrific and getting worse. So as the unemployment numbers come out, and they're going to be high, the economy is going to start, at least the market will start reflecting it, and it'll start sinking. I think that might take place all the way till the end of this month, which is in some states, because they're letting our states make decisions as opposed to the federal government on the direction of this. And there's some good and bad on that. But what will happen is that as we head toward the end of the month, some states go, we're going to reevaluate. But as the numbers come out, it could actually be worse. And I'm looking at really June the 1st to be the earliest start date. In other words, we're going to go through these 30 days and probably another 30 days before they decide, hey, we're going to start letting people come back. But I think it's also going to be a state-by-state, country-by-country issue.
Our state is yet to really lock down, if you know.
Well, New Zealand may come back sooner. South Korea is already doing that. But notice what they're doing. They're implementing protective measures in order to get their countries back to work. What? Okay, you'll love that. Here's our idea. We're thinking about putting together a council of economic advisors to figure out what we're going to do next. Now, notice where we're at the United States. Thinking about why are we thinking about this? That should be automatic. You're going to put together a group of people that will give economic advice. You just don't, but we don't move in that direction.
We now have a advisor.
There's Dr. Dr. Moskowitz has arrived. Yeah, so he will give us.
Thank you.
He's going to bless us with the See, we're all doing this because Namaste, because I'll introduce people too, because he doesn't know anybody here. Ankit Kandlawar is actually from New Delhi. As a matter of fact, he's broadcasting from New Delhi. He heads up our IBM TV Health channel, and he showed us doing this so that we change our cultural norms here, the Namaste handshake, because our cultural norms here for the last 200 years, or I don't know how many centuries, frankly, they don't work, and they need to be replaced, as we all know. So we did that. Now, if we can move this aside, we know the Namaste, so we can introduce the other people here. Kim is get rid of that coronavirus so we can introduce people. Kim is actually in the Raleigh-Durham area, and she's with the IBM TV. I'm actually in the Raleigh-Durham area also, and Willie Hill below us is in Australia, mate. He's actually in the Melbourne, Australia. He's does a lot of our startups. Dr. Markowitz actually has a very impressive CV. I was sitting there trying to read this, and I'm going like, this will take a while because the thing is, he's a medical doctor and he actually does research in the area, but has an extensive CV because he's been doing this for a long time. He's one of those people I say, which are like the MD PhDs that we've had that actually do the work in the area, as opposed to people who who deliver the work in the area, which is a whole different ball game, and has hyper-technical analysis about it as opposed to a very cursory review of the coronavirus. So because I was reading through some of his literature and I was going like, oh, this is going to take a while. It's like an ssrn.com page that'll take a while just to decipher like the hieroglyphics. And since I didn't really do well in my pathology classes when I wasn't in medical school, I have a little bit of a deficient background in the area, but I do find it very interesting, Dr. Moskowitz. Then the minute there was a medical problem in this country, it's headed up by politicians. So rather than it's like
doctors.
No doctors. No, let's not
Scientists.
Let's not talk to the doctors. Let's not talk to the scientists. Instead, oh, I've got a heart condition. I think I better go see my mirror. I mean, this is I'm going, dude, you're talking to the wrong person. I have asthma. I have respiratory problems. I think I'll see my councilman. I mean, that's kind of like what we do here. It's kind of ridiculous. And what I like to do is I like to talk to the people who know about it. Generally, if you have a medical background, you have a better understanding of medical problems than a politician. That would be my basic thinking. So I did read through some of your literature and I'm going, this is going to take a while. I can't scan it in fast enough and get the ideas out. But tell us, what are your thoughts about this coronavirus and what's going on in in your field?
Well, I think what's interesting is that there's old school virology, which Fauci represents, which is that the only thing that matters with a virus is the virus. And then there's new school that looks at the host innate immune response to the virus, which in most cases starts with the macrophage, but in this particular case starts with a mast cell. So mast cells are under-recognized, under-respected. They're buried in the tissues. They're very hard to get a look at, really. They don't circulate in the blood. And so they're not studied very much. But the mast cell is probably the most virtuoso of all the immune cells, and can make over 200 mediators, cytokines like IL-6 and TNF-alpha, the ones that cause you to have the fever and the severe fatigue and the aches, the body aches. And they also have eotaxins to call eosinophils into play. They can call macrophages into play, which amplify the immune response. And they basically can cause single-handedly every single symptom and sign of COVID-19. The beauty of this is that there are abundant mast cell drugs around, many of them over the counter. So if people wanted to try to prevent COVID-19, which I think everybody will have to do, sooner or later, we're going to have to come out of our caves and rejoin society. And I don't think this virus is going to go away in the summer. I think we're all going to be exposed to it like measles and be inoculated. And I think the 20% who have mast cell hyperactivity because they have food allergies or drug allergies or hives, I think they're going to have to take antihistamines like Allegra or Claritin, or more powerful drugs like Cromolyn or Singulair, Montelukast. And at the first sign of illness, they're going to have to take steroids, Flonase or Nasacort in their nose, and then oral prednisone like we give asthma patients.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the thing is, I'm familiar with all that, being an asthmatic. So I took Rondec when it first came out, which was billions of years ago. But what do you think about some of the new treatments that are coming out? I think there's this new mRNA 1273 that's being developed, and they have some of these other new treatments that just was announced from the University of Pittsburgh. What do you think about some of these new treatments that are coming out? Well, it looks like there's two different classes. There are treatments and then there are vaccines. So not all of them are vaccines. Some of them are treatments, and the treatments they look like they actually will just alleviate or reduce your symptoms, but the vaccines, at least purportedly, will eliminate the it's like the smallpox vaccine will actually eliminate that. What are your thoughts about the treatments first? Because right now, all I see is Band-Aids. In other words, let's wear masks, let's wear shields, let's stay away from people. Well, that's the Band-Aid on the whooping, the wound. What about the treatments? What do you see that's going out in the treatments that are out there before we even get to the vaccines?
Well, I'm very impressed by steroids, and there's starting to be reports out of a Spanish hospital. Some of the Chinese patients were treated with steroids. They're very successful. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's not like hydroxychloroquine,
Mm-hmm.
which has not impressed me so far.
Right.
But steroids are the standard way to deal with mast cell hyperactivity. Fortunately, this is not an IgE mediated response. So you don't need an EpiPen. I mean, you don't die in 4 hours from anaphylaxis from a wasp sting, but it is a slow-moving anaphylaxis. To me, I think steroids should be adequate. I think all other drugs are a waste of time. They're going to take way too long to prove safety, and I think this. If there's a good treatment already, I'm all for repurposing existing drugs. And I know the FDA likes that approach.
Right. Because the thing is, they basically have been tested. They just need to be repositioned in a place that would actually work. What about remdesivir? I think that's the name of the Gilead Science is touting. See, the real problem I have with the pharmaceutical industry, and we're not for profit, not sponsored by them, so we don't have to go like this to the pharmaceutical industry. But the real problem I have when the pharmaceutical industry comes out with something, they start touting it. I mean, that's natural. That's how their stocks are driven up. But what about that? I've been just tracking it. Remdesivir, does that have any application? It's been used before. Gilead Science looks like they're a pretty good group out of Boston. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, Gilead was Rumsfeld's company.
Really?
And I don't think it's an accident that they have pretty much cornered the market on viral disease. During avian flu, I tried testing some of the avian flu people for anti-angiotensin 2 drugs, ARBs, like losartan. And I got a hold of some patients in Vietnam because bird flu patients were rare. And it turns out the Vietnamese doctors wouldn't let anybody use anything other than oseltamivir, Tamiflu. And then there's this unholy connection between WHO, which was gifted 1 million Tamiflu doses, and Gilead. And in fact, I think WHO serves as a kind of a monopolistic vendor for Gilead. I think science is extremely corrupt.
Oh, good. Really? I mean, the thing is, what a surprise. Well, I mean, what the real problems, of course, like I said, from our standpoint, is basically gathering.
I want to go back to this. I think
we have to be careful of going in that one. Let's do some introductions. We can get to that later. We have
a real doctor who said this. This isn't Cam speculating and saying I looked at facts.
Yeah.
But Dr. Moskowitz, one of the things I always talk about in science, because I'm a scientist basically in technology for many, many years, and I always say that whatever we prove today is fact, there's always another science fact tomorrow that's going to disprove it. So that, in some ways, is it corrupt? Maybe, I don't know. But can you just define or explain, elaborate more what you just said? Because I mean, I think the world is, we're sitting on pins and needles right now. And what you said
and the world will focus in now on the scientific community, which we've ignored for the last several decades, including ignoring Bill Gates' TED Talk 5 years ago. Hey, the biggest problem you're going to have is a pandemic. And we ignored it. who cares about it?
Well, we've been ignoring the scientists for a while. We got lazy.
Listen, here's the real deal. ESPN's dead, so now it's going to be the doctor's show. I mean, come on, and we're going to be tracking, rather than the football teams, we're going to be tracking all the coronavirus solutions. And with that, we do have two other doctors who have joined us from India. We have Dr. Rachit Gupta, who's a pain specialist, and we're all in pain now, and Dr. Sagu, who's been on our show a lot of times from also.
Namaste.
We've already learned something from India. It was interesting to see Dr. Fossey. We're also going to have Dr. Barb Arnaud. I don't know if you know him, Dr. Markowitz. He was the NBC medical for years. He's going to be on our show in about an hour and a half. Just let you know. But if you need to beam in and beam back out, if you want to beam back in at 12:30 EST, he'll be back on it. He'll be on at 12:30 EST.
I want him to finish what he said.
Oh yeah. She's totally into it. We want to know about the efficacy of the what they call it, the scientific community, and how the ethics of the scientific community. Let's talk about that.
Well, so as you said, Nick, I was well trained and was ready to take my place in the power structure, but have been shunted aside for the last 25 plus years because I'm a nephrologist and I worked out a way to prevent dialysis, both from acute and chronic kidney failure.
Right.
So you'd think that people in India, for example, might know about how to prevent dialysis, and think that dialysis would be obsolete now. No way. Nobody in healthcare wants to get rid of dialysis. It's the single most lucrative condition.
Really?
So you asked me about remdesivir. Remdesivir, from the public health point of view, makes no sense. It's intravenous, super expensive, unavailable. So the focus on remdesivir is basically just to drive up its stock price yet again. So what I have been impressed by, when I was a kid in the 50s, polio was solved.
Yeah.
What I've been impressed by in my life is there's an absolute vacuum when it comes to public health. I mean, the most obvious public health things, like getting rid of assault weapons after every mass killing, is just completely ignored. I mean, zero impact on anybody. I mean, on the people, on the voters, it means a lot. But on the politicians, they don't pay attention to us anymore. That's been demonstrated. They only pay attention to the lobbyists. So I consider this COVID-19 story, similarly baffling. This whole idea of quarantine for a peanut allergy makes no sense, because sooner or later people are going to have to come out of their houses and get exposed to the virus. And we've got 1.5 million patients so far. We still don't have a treatment that's effective. I find that extraordinary.
Yeah. Well. Also, Dr. Markowitz, you mentioned a couple things interesting, because the Ankit, I believe one of his family members has kidney issues, so I'm certainly they would be interested in that. And when you mentioned the guns, Willie, who's from Melbourne, I asked him yesterday about they removed all the guns from Australia. Mate. By the way, when you talk to Australians, you always have to say mate at the end of it. Hey, we moved all the guns away, mate. What happened to the Willie? What happened to the crime with guns? Did mass shootings and shootings go down or up in Australia?
Went down big time. I mean, there was nothing after that. The only other people who had guns were the bikies, like Hell's Angels people.
the bikies. Okay. So the thing is, here's the problem. Okay. So all you have to do is ask the Australian, mate, did it work or did it not work to eliminate the guns in Australia, mate?
It worked. It worked.
Okay. See, the real problem that we have in this country, we're a little bit stubborn. Even if we find something that works, it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to implement it, And so here's something that was that worked. And also, I believe in New Zealand, they did shut down. And I understand what you're saying, Dr. Markowitz. Okay, you shut down the people, and they all go in their cubby holes. What's Plan B? What do we do next? Have you heard about that? What do we do next? What's the next? As all the chess players will be joined by some of them, what's the next move on the chessboard, Dr. Markowitz?
Oh, well, first I have to say that I was in Melbourne in '98. It's a lovely city. And the nephrologists in Melbourne had no interest in eliminating dialysis either. So people are true to type professionally. And I actually couldn't find anywhere on earth where the nephrologists wanted to do the right thing. And what happened was that everybody, and if I approached anybody, it got kicked over to the nephrologists, and the nephrologists all, without really a second thought, decided that it was not the right time to prevent their livelihood. So what was the question, Nick? I'm sorry.
What's the next step? Okay, the thing is, because you pointed something out. Okay, we're not going to be able to stay in our little cubby holes.
I mean, are we going to live like this?
Oh, masks are ridiculous because the virus comes in through the edges.
Unless you know how to make the mask and wear the mask.
You can't wear it's not airtight at the nose.
Mm-hmm.
Nor is it airtight.
You make them to yourself, right?
Well, that's expensive. I mean, most people can't get it. And, I'm not sure that
artist mask. This is so you won't get dust and certain chemicals from the art world. So yeah, it's expensive. But yeah, I mean, but is that where we're heading, or are there? I believe in building the immunity. That we have Dr. Sagu. He's been teaching us that every day. He's been coming on almost, and he's starting his own show on helping us build our immunity, because I think that's where we need to go.
Well, I would disagree. I would I would knock down our immunity. We're starting a global trial to use mast cell inhibitors, and then if you still get symptoms, to graduate to nasal steroids and then oral prednisone for a 2-week course.
So you're talking about the steroid applications if you get sick, right?
Well, to prevent antihistamines, Allegra and Claritin.
Right.
I mean, over-the-counter stuff.
So will this help prevent the COVID, or will this just help prevent the symptoms from the COVID?
It's the same thing. I mean, you die of the symptoms. You die of anaphylaxis.
Right, right.
You're not dying because the virus is replicating in your body and turning it into, tissue paper or toilet paper. I mean, you're dying because your body is reacting so strongly against this virus that it's going nuts. Your innate immune responses, your mast cells are going nuts.
While I have you on, because this is great to have a doctor that really understands this, what is, or if any, the permanent damage after having COVID go in your body if you survive it, if you come back and get it out, and now you have maybe an immunity against that particular COVID, but is there permanent damage?
Well, I mean, if you treat it early with immunosuppressants like steroids, apparently transplant patients, kidney transplant patients, are getting this stuff. So the usual immunosuppression that they're on, like tacrolimus, is not good enough, cyclosporin, and they get taken off their immunosuppression and put on steroids, and that resolves the COVID symptoms.
Wow.
So it really looks like steroids, but we know about steroids. I mean, allergists use steroids all the time. Right?
I use them sometimes for a spinal problem I have. So, steroids are, I won't say a cure, almost like a Band-Aid. It gets me past that certain point so I can get rehabilitated back to where I need to be. But it does cut the inflammation down enough, and inflammation is what causes us the biggest problems.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
So, I mean, you've got a point there. I don't know that I've ever heard a talk on using steroids and the standard basic everyday practices for when you have a sinus infection.
Right.
Why are we having these talks? I mean, I don't see it in the media anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Dr.
It's not what they're trying to promote. They're trying to promote that hydroxyline.
Hydroxychloroquine, yeah. But what about prednisone, since you didn't mention that? Would you use prednisone as a prophylactic?
Yeah, because it's standard for asthmatics.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, I have bottles of it, but see, my doctors go, "Oh, you're not supposed to take that." One of them was neurotic and said, "Hey, keep it away." But I stacked them up, so I've got like stacks of prednisone. But my question is, could prednisone, is it to be used as a prophylactic, or do you use it once you get it?
Yeah, once you're sick, you have to use it.
Okay, and then once you're sick, you start drowning yourself in prednisone.
You know, can become the street pharmacy.
You're an asthmatic, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, so this hit home because I'm going like, but I'm really good at staying away from people. It's been something I've been working at for years. So that part was not a problem. But see, the problem is if I get infected, I get really, really sick and when you get something that goes after your lungs, that just like goes right after me. So the thing is, it became very personal. And I was going, okay, I really don't want this thing. Okay. Because it, it attacks your lungs, and people that have pre-existing conditions like asthmatics, hey, that ain't good. And I can tell you breathing is fundamental, Well,
what this is basically making making 20% of the population asthmatics for the first time in their life.
Oh yeah, boy, they're not going to like that.
And the advantage of asthmatics is they've already been trained how to use their inhalers.
Sure.
And then how to progress to prednisone.
Right.
And that's what the entire population needs to learn how to do fast.
Right. All right. Yeah, be able to use inhalers and prednisone. Yeah, for me, that's not something I have to learn to do. It's something I've been doing since I was 6 years old.
Right.
It's nothing new. But oh wow, we have another visitor, Dr. Nish Kular.
Hi.
Welcome to the show. Okay. We have Dr. Sagu. Hey, a whole panel of doctors. I need to get out of this group because see, lawyers. I'm a lawyer. Lawyers cannot contribute anything to society. We just take. I mean, it's kind of like the way it is. It's the nature of the beast. So, Dr. Nish, what city are you beaming in from right now?
I'm from New Delhi, India.
New Delhi. Okay. All right. Great. What's your specialty? I'm familiar with Gupta and Sagu, but not you.
I'm a nephrologist and kidney transplant physician. Yeah.
There you go. Okay, Dr. Moskowitz is also nephrology, and he also does a lot of research. Graduated from Harvard University, and has been doing this since the dawn of man. So, and he has some opinions relating to nephrology, which, for us lawyers who forgot to take, let's see, I forgot my pathology classes when I was in law school because they didn't offer it. I have to go always look it up on the internet. What is it? Okay, it's kidney disease. Got it. All right. So the thing is, Dr. Moskowitz, share us what your thoughts are, because apparently you even have patents in the area relating to nephrology. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Kular, I'm sure you don't have any idea who I am, and that's because the ISN has wanted to keep it that way. But India is actually on the launching pad for the worst COVID epidemic, the worst economic shutdown. I mean, India is really, you guys are a democracy, so you can't just jail everybody like China did. And you're also densely packed, and so many people are subsistence economically that they can't stop working. So I should be talking to you guys as essentially the clinical trial collaborators that I've been looking for. So my approach to COVID-19 is that it's a mast cell disorder, and so you can prevent it with mast cell drugs, and you can treat it with steroids. And the other thing is, after this is all over, I would dearly love to prevent dialysis in India, because there's no way India can afford to dialyze, 20 or 30 million people.
True. True, and that's quite relevant, and I think that's something which scares us too here in India. I mean, obviously, if rich countries like US are struggling to cope up with COVID-19, so you can imagine what is going on in our minds here in India. So our problems are different. We know we are a few weeks behind the others, and what is happening in the other parts of the world actually scares us. So we are here to learn from the others who have more experience, and then obviously we are evolving and we are trying to formulate some policies which we believe and hopefully they are able to help our countrymen.
Right. The great advantage of India is that you can't afford to just raise stock prices for Gilead. You can't afford to wait for the vaccines or remdesivir. You actually have to take public health directly in your hands and save your people. Which there are not many countries that are pushed to that. I mean, look at Europe. Europe has been focusing on ventilators. They haven't thought of.
We've learned that ventilators can be just as dangerous for a person in this type of situation, and that the survival rate can be very, very low. And I started reading it. I'm no medical person, but I have a lot of medical problems and have had to go on a lot of things in my lifetime. And so I understand some of the terminologies, like your red blood cells and the way that they will reproduce and go through the body, creating oxygen. And you can become ischemic, from what I gather, because you're not getting enough oxygen to the rest of your organs, based on what I've been reviewing. It could be wrong, but
no, you're right. You're right. Hypoxia, low oxygen in your body is huge problem at the end of anaphylaxis or anaphylactoid reaction. Once you go on the ventilator, you have a 70% chance of dying.
Wow,
So,
and that's insane. And I think they're just using the ventilators to help people just have more quality of life before they die. Because there is such a low success rate in surviving. But to understand that it's not allowing the rest of your body in the organs to receive the oxygen it needs. I understand what happens because I had a fatal incident from that, near fatal incident. And all my organs shut down. I'm lucky to be alive because that happened to me. So, why are we using ventilators? I'm just curious.
Well, you see, I know what you are implying, but then if you come across few people who could actually get a new lease of life while being on ventilators, that changes the whole perspective. You would have lost plenty of these people if you had not put them on ventilators at the right time. But of course, the situation is a bit different with COVID-19. We don't know what is the best way forward, because what we've learned so far is it's better to delay putting these patients onto ventilators till as long as possible, because it's a double-edged sword for them. But then, should they be requiring ventilators to sustain life? And you see, till the time you tide over that unfavorable period, which could be anywhere between 5 to 7 those crucial days, you don't know how many would you have lost if you had decided not to put them in ventilators. So I totally agree with you. When you lose these patients, you believe as if you were the villain. You put them on something which was very nasty, and which actually caused a lot of trauma to everyone, not just the patient, but to the family members as well. But if you save even one, I think your everything is rewarded.
I think, let me ask you this, because you guys are the doctors and the scientists. Would there be a way, if you know that it is depleting the red blood cells to go into the other organs to help produce the oxygen that they need, and potentially it could cause ischemic situations? Could there be something else you do with the body once you put them on a ventilator so that you avoid that situation where, or maybe you promote other things going on in the other organs while they're on the ventilator so that you avoid that ischemic situation?
Well, you see, as I said, the whole science is evolving. We don't know too much about COVID-19 as of today. Every day we are learning something new. There are a few controversies associated with what we know so far, and then we come back and there's a 360 turn. So many times this is what is happening. What we know now is that probably this virus takes away the oxygen. It depletes the cell of its oxygen content, and then comes in the iron factor as well, the iron factor, and then eventually. So that's why the theory was that if hydroxychloroquine indeed was helpful, it probably is acting via this pathway. And I'm not advocating the use of hydroxychloroquine because we don't have robust data. But then till such time, this discussion is going to go on and on. But answering your question, if we had not put these patients on ventilator as the life-saving measure, God knows how many, as I said, we would have lost without giving it a wholehearted effort.
I mean, and it goes back to, does the benefit outweigh the risk challenge? And I agree with that 100%. If I'm there, can't breathe, and I'm at the end of death, I'm gonna take that one last straw myself. And so I agree. But you two were talking about kidney dialysis and maybe changing the world and medicine and communicating with each other. Explain to me, what is the ISN? You said something, Dr. Moskowitz. What is this? I don't understand.
This is the International Society of Nephrology. And unfortunately, our annual conference, which was supposed to be towards the end of last month, got postponed. And we were actually looking forward, every one of us, to be there at Abu Dhabi, but everything got cancelled. So what David was referring to is something very interesting here in the Indian context. You see, so far, before COVID-19 came into picture, we in India were struggling against the menace of diabetes and what diabetes is doing to the kidneys of Indian patients. Now, imagine, I don't want to scare you as a nephrologist, so let me sensitize you to the kind of problem we are talking about. India is about 1.3 billion population. Now, what we realized was that the prevalence, now I'm giving you a mind-boggling figure, 10% of the Indian population is suffering from chronic kidney disease. We are looking at about 100 million of Indian people suffering from some degree, be it a mild chronic kidney disease or a more advanced. Now, if we extrapolate the same kind of data to the world population, we are looking at 7.8 billion people world over, out of which about 700 million are suffering from some degree of chronic kidney disease. So we in India, as we are being referred to as the diabetes hotspot, so look at the figures again. Roughly about 7 to 8% of the population is diabetic, and there are about 30 to 50% chances of a diabetic to have some degree of chronic kidney disease during his or her lifetime. So that's what I meant when I said we were struggling with what diabetes was causing to our country, and we were barely able to manage and our strategies were all in that direction, that yes, we will not be able to, as a country, be able to cope up with the chronic effects of diabetes, the end stage effects of diabetes, the target organ damage effects of diabetes. So we have to focus predominantly on prevention of diabetes and hypertension and the lifestyle modification. So while we were there, comes in COVID-19, and our whole planning and everything has gone for a haywire. So now a developing country like ours is trying to come to terms as to how best we can do, and what has already happened in terms of COVID-19 scenario in the country, and the bigger fear, what is going to be the next couple of weeks, because everyone believes the next couple of weeks are going to be the deciding factors, the big challenge for the country as a whole.
Well, the interesting thing, I had heard that India had 300 million diabetics, or soon would, and that China had a similar number of 300 million, The U.S. only has 20 million. So we're talking about combined India and China having 30 times more. Diabetics provide over 50% of dialysis patients. I'm a diabetic, so I've got a 50-50 chance of going on the machine. I think I have essentially a way of preventing diabetic and hypertensive kidney failure, something that should prevent 90% in dialysis. So far, nobody's asked me about it, although I've bothered them.
I would love to do that, David. I mean, in the national interest, I would love to do that.
Basically, I just boost people with quinapril, and I use Florinef to control their potassium. That's all I do.
Wow.
So,
Really?
and it's a mg per pound per day quinapril. So if you weigh 200 pounds, you get 120 of quinapril in the morning, 80 at night, and you take Florinef up to daily, but then you need Lasix. You can take it Monday through Friday, and it doesn't cause salt and water retention, just potassium excretion. So that's dialysis salt, and COVID-19 is just going to be nasal steroids and prednisone, and maybe we can prevent with antihistamines.
Maybe an inhaler or something.
Yeah, Flonase.
Flonase, because and I had asked this in the very beginning, would this be a means to help solve it? Because I knew that it's an anti-inflammatory, but nobody would ever comment on it. They want to go to these extreme measures. And I've always learned as an engineer scientist that sometimes we think too much in our logical box for extreme answers, as opposed to just that simple one that's sitting on the tip of your nose. We overwork the problem, right? It's right here. We need to breathe. I use simple things as an anti-inflammatory, like oil of clove, which works as an anti-inflammatory in my body. Mm-hmm. I've discovered that with mint. And so I use that in my sinuses when they become extremely swollen now instead of the steroids. And it works. And my sinuses calm down. I can breathe for, 8 to 10 hours. And
well, it might work for COVID. One of the first things that happens is you lose your sense of smell and therefore your sense of taste. And it's common for people with nasal polyps who are more likely than not to have asthma, that they can't smell either.
Exactly.
And so I think what's happening is the virus is creating, it's sending out proliferative signals to eosinophils and other stuff in the nose to make polyps. And so if you can suppress that with mint or curcumin or all these other homemade remedies, so much the better.
Well, it's just something I've gotten used to over the years because I have so many medications pumped in my body. And listening to, unfortunately, diabetes is not one of my problems, but it is in the family. Mm. And listening to you talk has just been an eye-opener because I understand the drugs and medications that you're talking about, but would love to understand more how you use them to replace or avoid dialysis, which is generally the end result for most diabetes. I never understood it, but it's a sad way to have to live a life sometimes. You still get to live, and that's a good thing. But,
Can you mistaken the nephrology class that was offered in college? Remember that, or in high school?
I took science and engineering, not law or.
No. You missed that. You missed that class.
There are a few doctors in my field.
I skipped pathology in high school because let me think. Oh, it wasn't offered. So yeah.
I went to a PhD graduation and spoke. I'm not a PhD in my field, but very few PhDs in the engineering field and doctors in the engineering field, but highly respected. Trust me. But no, this is all awakening. Maybe it's something that you've known for quite some time, but it's not something that we hear about in the public. It would be great to make it more public news, maybe to even have a small series, Ankit, on diabetes and kidney dialysis and
nephrology. Yeah, because
when we talk about the dialysis and nephrology, so I have a question for Dr. Dinesh Kulder that what are the guidelines patients should follow while doing the dialysis during the COVID? And maybe after COVID, how will be the life of the dialysis patient?
Well, that's something very interesting, and frankly speaking, as I said, we are evolving, and every day we are. Even the government of India is coming out with the guidelines, and they are revising it at regular intervals. So, because we need to know ourselves as to how best to do the dialysis of these patients. Now it's very interesting question. You see, and of course, it's very dear to. It's very close to a nephrologist's heart because we have the responsibility of making sure that the people who are on dialysis, which actually is a lifesaver for them, how safely can they continue with their dialysis procedure? That's number one. We also have to look at the ways by which they can reach the dialysis unit during these testing times of the lockdowns. So that's one. At the same time, we have to pick up because you see there are two aspects to it. These people of ours, these patients of ours are immunocompromised, so maybe they have higher chances of catching the COVID-19 infection. So we have to on one hand prevent them from getting it, and God forbid once they get it, if they have to, and the initial period when they are asymptomatic, they might actually be able to infect others who innocently would not even know that a given patient is infected or not. So it's a big responsibility on our shoulders, as I said, how to help them commute to and from the dialysis unit on one hand, how to make sure that they do not catch infection while in the hospital, and at the same time the others do not catch infections from them, God forbid, if they had it. And then finally, we also have to be aware of the possibility that COVID-19 can cause kidney failure. So these will be people who had absolutely no kidney disease whatsoever to begin with. Now, because of the viral illness, they get kidney failure, and we have to plan for their dialysis. At the same time, there are people who become critically ill out of them, who have to be, as we had discussed, to be put on ventilators. So these critically ill patients are the ones who, apart from requiring ventilatory support, are also likely to require dialytic support as well. So we have to ensure the safety of our healthcare providers as well, so that they do not, in the bargain, catch infection. Now, coming back to what we can do. So obviously, as I said, it's evolving, and when I say it's evolving, it means that we need to learn a lot about the characteristics of the virus. So what we have finally decided, at least at my center, is that we will not leave any scope for complacency. Just in case our patient has any kind of symptoms, he or she is instructed to inform the dialysis unit well in time, even before they set for the dialysis unit. They should inform the unit from their respective homes that they have some kind of symptoms, so that dialysis unit is already prepared to have them in the dialysis unit, and due precautions can be taken. Now, if they have any kind of symptoms, we take them as infected patients unless proven otherwise. So what we have started doing is, now that we have testing facilities, we invariably would be testing all these patients in case of any kind of doubt. And of course, the report doesn't come within no time. It's going to take at least about 8 hours to 12 hours. So that particular dialysis session will be done in an isolation area, and so that the others do not get infected. Our staff will have to wear the proper personal protective equipment so that they do not catch infection, and the dialysis equipment is properly disposed of. Now, the next day, by next day, the report would have come. If the patient turns out to be negative, obviously he comes for his subsequent dialysis sessions as well. But if, God forbid, again, the patient has caught viral infection, then obviously we may have to refer them to COVID-19 designated hospitals as per the government's instructions, whereby we will have only and only COVID-19 patients, positive patients getting dialysis. So obviously it's a big challenge. As I said, we are having to protect the interests of both the patients, their attendants, because it's not just about the patient. They are accompanied by at least one attendant every time to and fro the dialysis unit. So it's our responsibility to ensure that they are also safe while their patient relative undergoes dialysis for those 4 hours. So the total stay in the hospital roughly could be anywhere between 4.5 to 5.5 hours in the hospital. So as I said, we are evolving. So every day, the suggestions are welcome. Even the government of India has revised its guidelines. They were out just about 3 days ago. And as and when we come across something which is meaningful, which is in the larger interest of the patients and the families, we incorporate them. But the dictum at the moment is we would rather overdo things. We would rather over-investigate these patients rather than have anything missed out, which can prove very, very costly.
No, and I agree with you on that. It's better to look at things and evaluate and have more data, and then to say, I wish I would have taken more aggressive moves. I mean, and it's the same with this. Hi.
Yeah, Dr. Dinesh.
Yeah.
I have one question for you. Are you getting the investigation done for each and every patient who is coming for the dialysis, or your investigation is based on the history of the patient, or if you are getting the investigation done, whether it is an antibody-based blood test or the PCR-based throat swab test?
Very pertinent question, Dr. Sadhu, but the answer to that is we are investigating only patients with some kind of symptoms. Now, whether that is sufficient, that's debatable, because we all know that patients who are asymptomatic, they may still be carriers. And then obviously, if we start investigating, the resources are not those many whereby we can make it mandatory for everyone to get tested. If it was a new patient, yes. But if it's a routine patient of ours, unless they declare, or we have on our examination, so we have a screening area before the patients enter the main dialysis unit. We have a screening area whereby they are screened for the presence or absence of fever, or any kind of, they are asked direct questions whether they have cough, cold, or any symptom to suggest COVID-19. Now, obviously, you may ask as to what makes us feel comfortable that by investigating only those people who have symptoms is going to be sufficient. Well, the answer to that is no. But till such time we have more and more kits available, till the time we have more resources available, I don't think we'll be able to do anything more than this. And this much also we are able to do only because the guidelines became more liberal, so that we could actually go ahead and test these patients. But there's a catch there, and the catch is there is a significant 1/3 of these patients could actually test false negative. So answering your question, we are relying only on RT-PCR. So we are not, so far we don't have access to serology. And even if it's available, I would rather still rely on PCR-based assays, because even though, as I've accepted the fact that there are almost like 1/3 chances of their missing the proven case, but yes, this is the best we have so far.
Yeah, because for surgical patients, we have a guidelines that we need to get the COVID-19 to be done for each and every patient, because asymptomatic carriers are on the higher side now in India. And
True.
Now we have the numbers. Now we have the numbers that is not a true number, that is only positive numbers. We may have some positive number which has not been diagnosed by the investigation. And number second question is, if a asymptomatic carrier patient you are getting for the dialysis, and somehow if he or she would be positive for that, then how you disinfect your machine, how the guidelines for your machine. Because for our laparoscopy, it is very difficult for us to do, and we need to we take care of prevention of the exposure of the peritoneal fluid as well. So if we are doing the peritoneal dialysis, how you prevent the exposure of the peritoneal fluid to your staff, yourself, to the patients, other patients as well?
So I think they are very interesting questions. So I'll take them up one by one. You see, as I said at the outset, I accept the fact that we'll be missing out on a lot of asymptomatic people if we do not have this policy of universal testing. But to make it cost effective and the situation where we are currently with the kind of number of kits available to us, as I said, this is the maximum we can do. Answering your question, if unfortunately one of these turns out to be positive, so obviously the answer is the dialysis will have to be shut for some time. We will have to disinfect all the machines. Now, when you ask about the disinfection, we are so far relying only on the time-tested 1% sodium hypochlorite, the bleach. So whether we make it through, it's a very easy way of making it. 10 grams of common bleach, the commonly available bleaching powder, mix it with 1 liter of water, and this solution can work for a good 24 hours. So to disinfect is not a problem. And what we are doing is, whenever we are suspecting between the two shifts, and every time in between the shift, we are ensuring that the dialysis unit gets as clean as possible. So of course, we are taking more than the commonly practiced precautions. But you are absolutely right. We can miss. How can we miss? Because the patient could be in that period of those 7 days. And during those 7 days, he or she would have visited the dialysis unit at least 3 times, 2 or 3 times.
2 times.
So yes, chances are that we can miss these patients. If we do, it's going to be an ongoing exercise whereby we will have to close down, clean this thing, take samples, ensure that there is no COVID left in the dialysis unit, open up again, and be prepared that such an exercise may have to be repeated one more time. Because it's not going to be a 2-week phenomena, 3-week phenomena. Everyone's guess is it's going to linger on and on. And let's see. Everyone is seeing light at the end of the tunnel, but how long is the tunnel? We don't know.
Yeah, what we are practicing for our surgeries is we are doing only 1 surgery per OT in 24 hours. So we are doing 1 surgery, we are just shutting down the OT, and we are using that OT the next day. But practically for you, for the dialysis machine, it won't be possible, I think, for you. Even you have to isolate that machine also in a single room, that would be difficult for you.
You are absolutely right. We are struggling with that. And answering your other question about peritoneal dialysis, I think, of course, one aspect is you asked about how are we disposing of the fluid. Well, we are taking the same precautions. This is not the first time we are experiencing that. We had similar issues when we were dialyzing through peritoneal dialysis our patients who were hepatitis C positive, B positive, or HIV positive. So the same precautions, we already have learned how to take care of disposing of the fluid. And for everyone else's sake, for the non-medicos here, peritoneal dialysis is the other form of dialysis where we take the help of body's own peritoneal membrane, and it's a fluid kind of dialysis where the patients can dialyze themselves at home, or the family members can do it for them at home. They don't have to travel to dialysis units. So this has actually come as a boon to people who were already on peritoneal dialysis chronically. So all that we are advising them is to have adequate supply of their the PD solutions so that they don't fall short of it, because that's a life-saving thing for them. The other challenge is if a patient, especially, and now this holds true for a country like India, very soon, the way even the rich countries have fallen short of ventilators, we know if the situation is really worsens, we are going to be terribly short of dialysis machines as well. So peritoneal dialysis may actually come to everyone's rescue here, and we are probably going to go back to often forgotten modality, that is peritoneal dialysis. There are not too many, unfortunately, not too many takers of this even in our country. When we were medical students, we were taught about peritoneal dialysis in a big way. Whenever there was a resource-constrained scenario, peritoneal dialysis was a big-time lifesaver for patients. We may have to go back to the time-tested peritoneal dialysis, at least for some few subsequent months, because that could be the need of the hour. So in that context, If we are going to insert peritoneal dialysis catheter in these patients, again, the challenge would be we should not be allowing the healthcare providers to get infected, to go near the patient, and then. So again, the policy would be we will first test these patients, and when the turnaround time of the reporting is about 8 hours at our hospital. So we will first wait for the report to come back, ensure that the patient is COVID negative, and then go ahead. And if the patient is COVID-19 positive, obviously we'll be taking due precautions, PPE. You may ask me questions, so why not go ahead and take all precautions and do it on day one itself? The answer is against
So I think the best thing in between is this, that we should have an ample of the investigation or diagnosing kits. So at least we should diagnose the patient. By that way, we can save ourselves, we can save the patient, we can save the spread in the hospital, and we can also limit the PPEs also. We should not be wasting the resources if the patient is negative. If the patient is positive only, then we should be. So all the components are not for all the patients. There are 3 levels: level 1, level 2, and level 3 to use the component of the PPE. So if we do the enough ample testing, then only we can save on the PPE part also. We can save ourselves. We can prevent the spread also. And one more thing I would like to mention here: how we are using the safe evacuation of the peritoneal CO2, or we are preventing the exposure to our staff members there. What we are doing is we are putting sodium hypochlorite in a chest drain, and we are connecting that chest drain to a single abdominal port through which we are going to escape, or we are going to evacuate the CO2, and then we are connecting that chest drain to the HEPA filter. So through the HEPA filter, so there are 2 channels. One, your CO2 is coming in contact with the sodium hypochlorite, and from the sodium hypochlorite solution, it is going again to the HEPA filters, and through the HEPA filters, we are, clearing or purifying the CO2 so that there should not be any exposure to any staff member. So this may be Indian jugaad. It is not recommended anywhere, but this is just like a temporary measures which we are taking.
I think you should do that. It's better to overdo things rather than leave anything.
Yeah.
And Dr. Khuller, I would like to ask you that, post-COVID situation, do we have a COVID-19 certification or something like that for medical staff so that they can access to those patients? And also, as Dr. Saboo said, we don't have to waste our PPE resources. So what can we, do we have any kind of thing?
We're going to write the book on it. We're going to write COVID certification book with you guys.
Yeah, the COVID certification is available, the URL. No, COVID certification is taken. You can do certified COVID-19. The URL is available.
But what about COVID-19 certification?
So I hope that is the reality you see, but I'll take you to the medical aspect of what you're asking. So normally whenever we get any kind of viral infection, and that is the concept behind the vaccines. So you would tend to believe that if you had a viral infection once, you probably would be immune to the same infection subsequently. Now, whether that happens with the COVID-19 as well is yet to be seen. So if you test someone and you get antibodies positive in the blood, so IgM, that would mean this is an ongoing infection. That means it's been a recent infection. Now, subsequently, IgM gets converted, and once subsequently you get elimination of IgM, and you have positivity for IgG. So once the blood is positive for immunoglobulin G, IgG antibodies, normally you would tend to believe that now you are protected against that particular virus. Whether that holds true for COVID-19, we don't have the answer. Whether during this period, while we are wanting to be one up on the virus may tend to mutate, and then we've lost the battle again. So there is not going to be a bit of certification possible that look, this particular staff member is immunoglobulin G positive. Now he or she is immune and can boldly face the COVID-19 patients. Well, I don't think that is ever going to be the case. We will always have to take due precautions, and everyone needs to understand that we are going to have to live with the COVID coronavirus subsequently. It's not going to go. But probably, hopefully, will become part of our life. The kind of scare we had with swine flu, H1N1, and Corona, the previous version, and MERS, and so many things.
Yeah.
So we were terribly scared. They were dreadful diseases. But now, I mean, we are not that kind of scared when we come to know that there's an H1N1 patient in the intensive care unit on ventilator. I 2 years ago, when it first came into being, when it first surfaced, we were terribly scared even to enter that particular area. Not any longer.
So this is the virus only who is going to give the certificate. We cannot give any certificate, because if there is any mutation happens in the future, there would be another genome, and against another genome, we need to develop our immunity. So then this immunity would not be sufficient. This IgG would not be sufficient against that another strain. So I think the virus is very intelligent.
Yes, Sasha has joined us from Canada.
Sasha,
Canada, eh?
how are you?
Hello, everybody.
All right. What's going on there?
Right before I joined you, I've seen the program on TV. I think it was CNN, and there was an interview with a person, with a patient, who actually, he was 43 years old, and he was a ventilator support. He was very sick with coronavirus. He was on ventilator support, and he survived. So, as I've heard many times, Donald Trump was saying that ventilator, we all know what was going to happen to the patient. And the ventilator means that he'll die sooner or later anyway. However, I was pleased to see someone who was on ventilator and who is alive. That's one thing. Number two is that he is still, he's washing hands, he's wearing mask, and so on. Do you still, if he developed antibodies, do you believe he still has to be careful with all precautions?
Sasha, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead, Dr. Dinesh.
Yeah, but being on a ventilator doesn't mean that you're going to die, but the probability now increases because you're in such bad condition and you're intubated, and now you're on a ventilator, and so the numbers we're seeing, it's 60 to 70% are going to pass away once they get to that level. So we really need to do
30 to 40% will survive.
Yeah, a certain amount of people will survive, but really we need to create a treatment, and we have been looking at some of the treatments that are right now going through clinical trials right now. There's an mRNA 1273 treatment that's being developed. There's the treatments from Gilead Science, remdesivir, which is being developed. Hydroxychloroquine, of course, has big press, but we're not sure how any of these things work. But the thing is, we do need to get treatments, and then the vaccines, which are right now being developed, but they're a long time away. So like Dr. Cooler said, what are you doing in the meantime? Now, they've already created a way to operate, and I believe Fiat, as of yesterday, said they're going to test people and try to get them back to the plants by doing testing and also applications that they report. It's almost like a self-reporting that they're still COVID-19 certified, so Fiat can reopen up their plants, because we're going to have a big economic pandemic that's going to take place right now. I mean, for the next, what are we going to do the next maybe 12 months before a vaccine comes
I got an idea. We start dedicating more and more people who have to stay home to run these tests or process them. I mean, there's so many new jobs that we can create out of here. Just like when they thought that the postal service was going down because everything became electronic, then all of a sudden Amazon boomed up, right? And that was a bigger need for postal usage. So we just need to say there's going to be more professional jobs that are going to be required to help us process the tests, become certified. And we saw this with ISO certifications, right? Or just like your medical certifications. We're going to have to implement new jobs, and we will create these new jobs, and people will be able to apply for them. It'll be training. You'll have to do some training.
Yeah, I would apply for a position of coronavirus tester.
Yeah. No, I don't want to get near the virus.
Yeah, but in the meantime, some of our industries have been around for a long time, like the airline industry. Okay, how we're going to fly people from country to country or even throughout the states, unless we can get the airlines back operational. And the only way I can think of is you have to have testing. In other words, you have to test the people and certify them, just like Dr. Kohler was saying that this is how we get people back into kidney dialysis, by testing, cleaning, and doing it as much as you can to mitigate the possibility of the spread of apparently a virus that loves to spread itself. In New Zealand, though, they basically put a hard clamp down on people coming in and out, and the numbers we got, and Ankit maybe can share us the new numbers, but there was only like 94 total people infected and one person who passed away. But they basically shut down the entire country and blockaded it. But now, once you do that, what is the next step? And this is something which I have not really seen, but we're looking at what basically what Dr. Kohler said is basically testing people.
We're writing the book. We're not reading the book that's been written for us. And I think we have to take a look at that, unlike chess moves where you got all the pieces on the board and you know what each chess piece does, we don't know what each chess piece is right now. We don't know what their moves are. And so you and I, we're so used to, and Sasha and Ankit, we're business people, we're so used to planning out. But there's no certainty. We're writing this book right now. And as we write it, this is what I tell people as a scientist and in the engineering world. But I know when I worked in the labs, we wrote down daily logs so that we could track back anything that could have happened and retrace what our steps to have created that. So, we have to look at the cause and the effects of each of our moves right now, as opposed to what is my move going to be. We have to write it down. Okay, we made this move, and then boom, it got reinfected. Look at China right now. China, we can look at. They reopened some of their people and told them to go out, and they got reinfected.
Just also to let you know that at 12:30, which is about 45 minutes from now,
wow,
Dr. Barbar No, who is the chief medical correspondent for NBC News, will be joining us, and Dr. Moskowitz will be coming back. But if you guys need to take breaks and come back, you can do so.
Well, I think we need to take time with Dr. Sagu. It's his time coming.
Oh yeah, right, yeah. Well, like I said, I'm going to take a break in about 15 minutes, so I'm going to be, but I'll be back.
You were expecting Dr. Philip to join the show with Dr. Sagu, but he is still not on. So maybe we can reschedule it as per the available time.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's no problem. Okay, so this is the latest stats that we're looking at right now.
Yes, look at this. And the U.S. carries almost 50% of this. The U.S. alone carries 50%.
Oh Lord.
Yeah,
this is the current stats.
What kind of?
Hey,
we're smarter than this.
Ankit, where's India on this, Ankit? I see U.S. We're
India at the 21st position. 21st position.
You didn't even make the top 20.
We are not interested.
We haven't, but then
we are just behind.
Wow.
We have two doctors on the panel, and I think they are doing good job, as all doctors are in India. That's why we are not on top 20.
Yeah, right.
They're having these kind of talks. They locked down, but they also did something that I found interesting, which was what I kept saying needed to happen: is they're centralizing their communities, and they're paying attention to each of those communities and addressing them as they become infected. As opposed, they did an official huge lockdown. They pray a lot. They're calm. They're not panicked. Right. They're not worried about money, Nick. That's the problem. Look at the difference, right? The people who are worried more about money, we escalated the chart by more than 50%. The people who are not worried about money are gone. They're off the chart the other way. So I would think about that.
Yeah, the Dow, by the way, is up about 200 points.
You're thinking about the money again.
No, I just check it every 5 minutes just to make sure. Since we handle people's pension funds all over the country, we got to make sure that they're going to still be around. Yeah, and of course the Federal Reserve is going to pump another $2.2 trillion or 2.3 trillion into the economy. So we're doing some big economic stimulus to get over the hump. But I have seen nothing in terms of how mechanically once we believe we're going to apex and then start coming down, what we're going to do next. Okay, there has been no plan on what to do next after.
Nick, we're not going down. Look at our rates. We're higher than any other country in the world by.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the theory is that the social isolation is actually going to work, because the thing is, people can't infect people if you're away from people. So that theory.
But we officially have not even officially locked down in some states.
I know, but the thing is, there's what is the next step? In other words, okay, let's say that we start bringing down the rate. What is the next step to get some of the economic sector working? Our restaurants are closed, our hospitals are closed, our businesses are closed, our
But our hospitals are open right now.
Pardon? What's open?
In India, all our medical hospitals and medical services, they are all open for 24 hours.
Okay, the medical services, well, they may be open because some of our things are open because they're considered essential services. So medical,
essential services.
Our hospitals are open.
And in fact, all our doctors are available 24/7 on call, and they are doing double shifts, and they are the front runners fighting the COVID situation. And a lot of doctors are volunteering, apart from medical services, they are also volunteering different task forces to manage the situation.
Yeah.
And our health minister, who is heading the country health system, he's also a doctor. So I think that really to us.
Yeah.
The person running their country doctor.
What about testing? What about testing, Kid? Are they testing people? Because the thing is,
I think for testing, I think Dr. Kulin and Dr. Sabhu must be having more data.
You see,
I think we are
Dr.
Now we are expanding our capacity of investigation, and I think we are not up to that extent. The WHO has told us that at least there should be 15,000 tests for 1 lakh population. We are not reaching up to that capacity, but yes, we are expanding our capacity now. And our health minister is also not only a doctor; he's an ENT surgeon, so he knows well about the respiratory system and everything. And the guidelines which he is giving, that is, tremendous work he's doing. And all the task force members, they are doing the very good job. I think in near future, we are going to expand our investigation kits and everything, because we have ordered some, even the rapid test kits also, along with the RT-PCR.
have you guys thought of, because you guys don't have too many cases over there, it looks like, compared to us, have you guys started thinking about shifting or some of the physicians over to the United States? We could use some help, guys.
I would go. We don't think over here. We don't think. I mean,
Dr. Kulin, you need to unmute your mic.
So, well, you see, we are actually gearing ourselves up because we don't know which way the pandemic going to take us, because there is a lot of speculation. On one hand, we know that we are a few weeks behind, but at the same time, one school of thought is that yes, we are already there, and maybe the virus in our country may not be that virulent. It is contagious, of course, we all realize that, but maybe it's not that virulent because we haven't had too many deaths so far, fortunately. But the final word is not out as yet. Now, there are a lot of theories, whether it's something to do with the BCG, whether it's something to do with the virus already having got mutated. I don't know the answer to that, and we don't even know whether that indeed is the case or not. But what we know for sure is that we may have tested few people because that was the need of the hour. We didn't have as many kits. Now we have them, and we are testing more and more people. But I think the best part which was done in our country was when the Prime Minister of the country decided to implement the lockdown rather early, and this is probably what we could learn from the mistakes of some other countries. So the good thing that happened for our country is that we could do it at the right time. That's number one. Whether that now is showing its results now, that's one. Secondly, there was some speculation that maybe the real numbers are more. Since we haven't tested enough, that's the reason why we are not coming out with those kind of figures. Well, yes, agreed, that may be the case. But the most important thing is that even if we were testing few people, if the viral illness was bad enough, we would have started having enough number of people falling prey and to the virus, and we would have started losing a lot of lives by now. That is not the case. We don't think we are going to miss people dying of coronavirus and not even come to know, at least in the metropolitan cities, which are well equipped for all kind of medical services. So the general belief as of now is that maybe the viral illness has been little kinder to us so far. We don't know what is going to happen. Then there's a strong belief that summers are going to set in. Maybe they're going to offer some respite. I don't know whether that really happens or not, because there's other side of the story as far as that is concerned. But yes, we are seeing some hope as far as this illness is concerned in this country. I don't know what really happens and what transpires over the next couple of weeks, 3 weeks, and these everyone in our country believes are the most crucial weeks.
Right. Yeah, because you
To add on to Dr. Dinesh, the other factor I think is our older population is not affected much. Only 19% of the population and 81% is less than 60 years. So if you have a patients less than 60 years, then the symptoms are going to mild or moderate, not severe. In the older population, they're going to be severe. So because the older population is not affected much, maybe the reason because of our culture, because most of the old people, they are staying with the families. In the Western, most of the old people, they are staying with the old age home. So they are staying in the gatherings. Maybe they are more affected, and our old people, they are less affected. We have more young population who is affected by this virus. So that may be the reason for low mortality in India.
So there's another interesting aspect to it that as well. A short while ago, I had said that our patients of chronic kidney disease, especially the ones on dialysis or our transplant patients, are more vulnerable. They are immunocompromised. They don't have that kind of immunity to fight with this viral illness. But paradoxically, that's very interesting observation. What we have seen so far is that fortunately, we haven't seen too many of our chronic kidney disease patients get into trouble with the virus. So again, I would say we need more time to know whether this indeed is the case or not. But if that indeed is the case, then one of the explanations we have so far is that the virus typically induces a cytokine storm. It set everything on fire in the body. Well, if in an immunocompromised patient, especially our chronic kidney disease patients, they do not have that kind of fighting capacity in themselves, maybe they are not able to react to the virus in that way, in that manner, which will cause a lot of problems to them. So something is totally in contrast to what we had initially thought is going to happen. So far is not the case, and this is what we believe is the reason behind it. But again, we need few more weeks to know whether really our patients with chronic kidney disease are not having the bad kind of manifestations of coronavirus, whether indeed that's the case or not.
I mean, there's definitely.
In addition to that, Dr. Dinesh, I think the young population is more mobile in India. They are dishonest. They don't follow the guidelines. And our old people, they have less mobility. They stay at home. Even the immunocompromised, on dialysis patients, diabetic patients who are having the uncontrolled disease, they are less mobile and they are in habit of following the guidelines because they are already diseased and they know how to follow the guidelines and they know the results of that. They will not follow the guidelines. So our young population, they are more mobile. They are dishonest. They are not following the guidelines. That may be the reason that young population or the healthy population is more affected by this virus, and that is why They are recovering. They are recovering fast because of good immunity. Maybe the immunity is because of BCG also, or any maybe other things also. We have a good immunity, so that is why the mortality rate is lower side in India at present.
Well, I think Ankit, you're just a wise old soul in a young body, because Ankit abided by this like day one. Like there was no doubt in his mind he was going to lock his family down and protect them. So I consider Ankit the young one.
I got all the right advice from Dr. Kuller and Dr. Sabgu, so I'm just obeying whatever the doctors say.
There you go. And Sasha and Willie, again, we are all young people who decided, hey, we want to lock down too. But no, one of the things, one of my concerns has been some of the reinfections that we hear about, or maybe that there's a COVID-20 now, like a second strain to this strain. In your medical field, have you heard anything about this? Because we keep hearing people becoming reinfected. And I don't know if that's media hype or because we don't have direct access to some of these doctors where it's being reported in China. Well, have you seen or heard anything? Anyone?
Yeah. Is it regarding reinfection after recovery?
Infection, because we've heard have heard on the grapevine, which I don't always trust, but we've heard that people have been released. Maybe they are not fully cured, but because like we know when you have it, you don't have symptoms. So maybe you still have it and you no longer have symptoms. Yeah. So maybe there's a time period after your symptoms go, you need to refrain. So have you heard about this?
Yeah, so it can. Yeah, please go on.
So generally, you see, even after you've recovered, and it can take another 2 weeks, a total of 1 month before the virus is out of the system. So you are still potentially infective to others if you do not take due precautions. So that's one aspect of it. Now, the more worrying thing is reinfection. And then I think that is really scary, because you would believe that, okay, there are some bad days ahead, and then finally, as I said, there's going to be light at the end of the tunnel. But if you were to come across people who get reinfected, and see, the whole theory takes a backseat, because you were expecting people to get immune to the virus, and to the contrary, if they're going to, because we're talking about reinfection in the same patient who first was found to be infected with the COVID-19. So it's not as if reinfecting in the community, it's about in the same patient. So that's scary, because that means where is it all leading us? I mean, if we are not going to form protective antibodies against the virus, so it's going to be an endless battle. So that probably could reflect poorly on what we can expect out of the vaccine. We are eagerly waiting for the vaccines, because everyone believes that maybe in another 6 months' time, whenever we get the vaccine, this is going to be the end of the problem for everyone. So, but if there's going to be a reinfection rate, it really scares us all.
So, and I know, Sasha, you have a question, but can we?
I have a very quick question. Then what's the point of certification of people who have coronavirus and survive if there could be still possible reinfection? Then what's the purpose of certification? I don't understand.
And Dr. Sagu has got something to add.
Yeah. Kim, I think Dr. Dinesh would agree with me that actually what happens during the treatment of the COVID patient, there is no specific absolute treatment for the COVID-19. What we are doing, there are 80% patients have a mild symptom, 15% they have a moderate symptom, and 5% they have a severe symptom. If the patient is admitted into the hospital, what the hospital healthcare worker, what they are doing? They are doing him or her a supportive treatment, plus they are giving intravenous fluid just to combat again the dehydration, and if need be, then they will give the oxygen supplementation or ventilatory support. You know, when your immunity is on the lower side and you are admitted in the hospital, so immunity is going up by rehydrating the patient, by controlling their chronic disease. If the patient has a diabetes which was uncontrolled, now the diabetes is under control, hypertension has under control, any other thing, kidney disease, maybe the creatinine level normalizes after going to the hospital. But if the patient being discharged from there after recovery and the patient comes in the isolation, and there if the patient doesn't care about their chronic disease, or the patient goes into dehydration again, then the immunity again will go down. And if the immunity will go down again, then the chances of reinfection is always there with the same strand, same mutant COVID-19. So that can be one possibility. So it is not because of the virus, it is because of the immunity patient is getting the reinfection.
A little load off so we can, I'm sorry, I'm trying to take a little, Sasha, did that answer your question? Because that was a good question. Did that answer your question? Are you muted? Are you muted?
So the idea is to boost up your immunity, work on your immunity, work on your disease. You should control your each and every disease.
Because, you know, one of the things I learned about from one of the infectious doctors with Ebola was your survival rate, 90% of it was what you have up here and here, right? 90% is your mental state of mind to fight it. I think that's a lot of the diseases that we deal with, because if you fight, if you have that will to fight, but if you get reinfected after you fought, that's got to be a huge kick in the gut to start over. But you're saying that it's our immunity system that's low. There's still a lot of unknowns here. But truly, you know, keeping up with your immunity system, if you already have a compromised system, hydration, we talk about that a lot. Hydrating is very, very important. One of the things a doctor told me years and years ago, I asked him, why do so many people die of the flu? And he said it's hydration, right? That most of the people died because they weren't hydrated enough. They didn't get to the hospital soon enough. So you guys have answered a big question that has always been on my mind is could some of these deaths have been caused because they just were over dehydrated? But also just keeping our other complex problems under control. If we have diabetes, if we have you know, other sicknesses, that asthma is probably a big scare for people. But Sasha, did that answer your question?
Yes, I have also another question. Of course, this is something what Nick was asking before, what's next? And I started to think about what's next. Okay, let's see, I run the airline. Okay, American Airline. I'm the owner of American Airline. Let's imagine that. First of all, before I will start selling tickets, people to fly with American Airline, there has to be some kind of an order from the top that you're allowed to fly. When and how this order will be originated, from president or from some kind of a aviation body or whatever. You have to get a signal that now I can start flying. Now, before I start flying, I need to get all my suppliers, like food suppliers and many others. So these suppliers, in turn, they have to start rehiring people who they fired before, or some of them maybe they keep. They were probably left on a payroll anyway, thanks to grants and everything else. But they still have to hire many more people really to start supplying, right? So in the meantime, airline is not guaranteed that once they start selling tickets, there will be lineups of people, thousands of people. Oh, I want to fly. Please give me a ticket. I want to fly. Who knows? Maybe it's not the case at all. So actually, Nick is right asking that question, what's next? How all that will be intact and start working again? Based on stock prices, everybody is assured that, okay, it's all over, it's done, now we are going ahead and our economy will be great and so on. Yes, it will be. The problem is how to, like, what comes first? You first start selling tickets and then you hire all your suppliers, or you start suppliers but you're not guaranteed that you will sell any tickets. So I really would like to know how all that would work.
I think we all do. I don't know that anyone has an answer, and Rakesh is sitting there smiling because, as you know, as a person in his position, he probably hears this as well and asks that question, right?
Yes, I want to go back to New Zealand later on this year, and I'm just wondering when I'll be able to book a ticket. Yeah.
But you know what? Our flights haven't stopped in the U.S. We there's a map out there. I'm trying to pull it up, a GIS map that is showing all the world, what's going on all over the world. In the U.S., we look like this ants working, right? Our flights are just zooming all over the place. And the rest of the world, you see maybe air cargo of supplies, right? It's like, and I'm asking myself, who's on these planes? And what person in their right mind would get on a plane right now? Because you could be sitting next to somebody who's infected. So I'm just got to ask my, are you walking on in one of those COVID-19 PPE suits? I mean, can we talk about that? I mean, are we going to look like Star Wars where we got one of these masks that we wear and a suit and, I'm looking for, I used to have a Star Wars mask. I had a bunch of kids and I'm looking all over the place because to me, that's where we're going to next. We're all going to be wearing these suits that was designed in science fiction books because they knew in science fiction time that we were going to destroy our ability to breathe next to each other. But yeah, I agree with you, Sasha and Rakesh. When can I go on my next trip? I just want to know when I can go to the beach. It's 2 hours away. And I'm scared. Willie, go for it.
I'm going to answer that because I have a background in logistics and project management.
Okay.
Okay. So
I love it.
These planes are flying. They're gathering the lags. The lags that's like Australia has like 52 people in Peru, South America, that can't go anywhere, that needs to get out of the country. So our national carrier, Qantas, is picking up, during the next 4 weeks, going to different destinations to pick these people up. So these people, wherever they are, they're making their way to the next pickup point. And that's how it's getting coordinated. So we've got people in South America that's sitting there, Australians in South America, who can't go anywhere, who do not have any access to finance or anything. So what they're trying to do is get them to a point where our national carrier can land, pick them up, and bring them back home. The other question is, this is answering Sasha's question, it's the logistics. The logistics would say that the airlines have to open for some time, and it's not an immediate booking. You need to book at least a month away or 2 months away. And in between that time, you've given the go-ahead to book so that you're able to do these things. I mean, I'm just explaining this from a logistics perspective of how these things can happen.
My experience in Hong Kong has been, just that even though we have the mass transit and things like that, people are moving around. People are using the masks and moving around. It's obviously only those who really need to move around. Nobody wants to go through this ordeal of actually contracting the illness. But it doesn't seem to have affected the infections. So I don't think we'll really need the Star Wars thing. But I think with masks, we sort of do the trick. That's just my personal opinion because I haven't really traveled after this thing started.
The dilemma
nor have I, Rakesh. I mean, I cringe every time I think I was at the Super Bowl event for a whole week of millions of people coming and going out of Miami. And I knew that this was going on in China, and I kept hearing all of these, rumors and grapevines, and and I reached out to someone and said, I really need to be concerned. Oh, don't worry about it, Ken. Don't worry about it. was like, okay, I know if you're kind of up there, you hear the word, I'll listen to you. And then, you get home and I hear how it's spreading and spreading. And I'm like, oh my God, I was around all of those people. And then I started to get scared, not for me, but what if I brought it home? And, because I was counting the days. And so I started like not going out as much like you. I just kind of, and every day. And then, I started hearing Willie's story about how Australia was acting. And eventually I just like locked down, and not just for my protection, but what if somewhere I picked it up? I didn't want to spread it. But it was about that same time, the school across the street from me, we have a school next door. We're out in the country, so there's acres separating us. There's a couple acres between us and a golf course, and there's a school across the street. So that's, to me, closest because you can walk across the street. But they became contaminated. Their news media was sitting out there, and that scared me because they told me then it was aerosol. I was like, for how long? Oh, we think 3 hours. I'm like, 3 hours, wind blowing, not good. So
it causes all sorts of problems, I have to take my medicines, my diabetic medicines. I'm one of those high risk people that you all talk about. And I happened to visit a friend of mine, and he happened to be staying on a road where there was a reinfection. And so then I was scared to go to my doctor because I could possibly infect my doctors, the clinic people. So I arranged for a friend to pick it up, and then I picked them somewhere else.
So, one of the things I noticed in India, and I haven't really seen it here, is that you are marking the contaminated buildings. If somebody's in the building, you are marking the contaminated buildings. I have not seen that here. Willie, are they doing that in your country?
No, I haven't seen that.
In Hong Kong, it's electronic marking. It's all on the internet.
Well, they have all of our phones anyway, so it's easy to do. What about you, Sasha? Have they started marking the houses?
I'm not active in real estate. As I cannot tell you one way or another. The stories are that the real estate market, I wouldn't say collapsed. It's still there, but the number of transactions is probably 25 times smaller than it was at the same time last year. The prices wouldn't go down that much if there are just no transactions. So,
right.
So there's no verified way to really estimate what it is, but there's simply no liquidity, I would say. So people are taking houses off the listing. People who want to buy something, they can't buy because, first of all, the economic situation wouldn't allow them to do so. Also, in Canada, are very strict rules about the mortgages. For example, unless you pay 25% down, you're not allowed to get the mortgage without insurance. And if you don't have insurance, then your payments will be probably a third higher than otherwise. So you obviously have to, one way or another, come up with 25%. At this time, it's not my problem, let's put it this way.
Right. But one of the things is our producer, Nick, he managed to buy his house like just at the cutoff, like right at the moment of lockdown, probably when nobody could go sign papers or anything, because you still have to be there to sign and witness, and he literally bought right on the day of lockdown. So he's in the process of moving right now. And that's a challenge in itself because he's got to make sure that there's COVID-19 distancing with movers and packing and everything. And, so he's in all of this process of, people still finishing his house and having to meet with them. And I'm sure it's quite a challenge, but definitely every industry is struggling. One of the things that I've noticed is that there are apps that are being built for people to help identify communities that have more high concentrated rates of COVID-19. So that's going to prevent people probably from going into those communities for a while. Something we discussed the other day that was very concerning to me was the poor communities. It's spreading faster in some of our more poor poverty areas. I don't know if it's like that in India or Canada, but we have identified that here in the U.S. I think it's because a lot of the poor people live in the city areas, right? And it's more concentrated, and that's where it spreads more. So we were talking about when vaccines come out, maybe that's probably the best place to hit first, besides the older people and the people with compromised immune systems. But so Mohammed, welcome. How are you doing? This
Thank you.
beautiful
Thank you.
glorious
Yeah, I'm very
evening.
happy. I'm
Yes.
very happy and energetic.
You've done a lot. You've been a busy man. And Ankit shared with us yesterday what you've been doing. What did you do today?
Today, I started my day with yoga. So I'm very energetic. And today, I worked a lot to provide the dry food packet, actually. Those who are in need of in this situation, actually. So I started my drive in one of the state of India is Uttar Pradesh, actually. And see, my people are sharing and donating those things to the respective person, and we are supplying door to door, actually, to take a social distancing as well. And this is a need of the hour, actually. And it hardly matters who is rich or a poor. So whosoever is stuck somewhere else, they require something. So it's need of the hour to help them up. We have to reach, because government cannot reach everywhere. So government is what? We are the government, actually. So we are the extended hands of government. So we are more responsible person.
You know, you say something, and one of my favorite presidents of all times, he gave probably one of the most profound speeches ever. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask not what the government can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And sometimes we have to step up to the plate. We have to take that action, call for action. That's something, you know, Scarlett, one of our scientists that comes on here, she's always saying we have to take the call for action, and we have to implement those. And we just can't sit around and wait for the government to make those decisions for us, because they've got more on their plate, and their concern of a ripple effect and their concern of their next move is not what my community concern is, right? My community concern is I may have children who need food every day at lunch because they were relying on that at school, or that people need medications for other things besides COVID-19, or clothes. Like Willie, your daughter moved, right?
Yes.
And
yes.
she moved just like my son did, kind of went there to get situated and was going to come back home and get the rest of their stuff. Well, my son went with a week's worth of clothes, and that was it. No coffee mug, no living supplies, you know. And he says, you know, thank God he's got a wash machine, because in New York, you know, that you're lucky if you got a wash machine in your apartment. So thank God he's got a wash machine, and he doesn't have to go to a community wash machine or anything. But, you know, he needs his things. So I had to pack them up today and call for shipment to come get, or last night, and come get them, because he needed things. You know, the weather's changing. But no supplies, no working supplies. I'd already shipped him some of his tools that he uses, and he's starting I don't know if he's starting a new business, but he's going to start making masks because he knows how to sew really well. And he went to CDC and he learned the specifications for the proper masks. And so he's going to start sewing them, because he has no job right now. He got there, was going to go look for a job. When he got up there, he saved up money, just like your daughter had a job, but mine, he was like, I'm going to get there and get a job. No jobs. So he says, I'm going to start making masks according to CDC because he knows he can do that. So I'm packing all his supplies up that he left here and shipping them. But what do people do who are in the middle of transition? And maybe Nick can give us that, is, people who were still paying rent in one place and still have to keep their stuff stored there because they can't move it. I mean, how do people, and people who were waiting to move into that space. I mean, this is a trying time of how do you connect all of these dots and make things move when nothing moves, How's your dog feeling, Willie?
In connection to this, 2 days back, I just informed you that one of the technician in India, in Madhya Pradesh, they invented the mass sanitizing machine.
They did what?
Mass sanitizing machine, actually.
Sanitize.
Mass sanitizing machine. So that machine can sanitize 28 people in a minute, actually.
Wow.
And this person has donated to the society. He's just technician. He's not an engineer as such.
Right. I mean, it doesn't take much to come up with a creative product.
So in my opinion,
is it really safe? I mean, 28 people at one time? Is it like gassing you in a room or something? I mean, how does it work?
It is very simple. Like the one, for an vegetable area, the man who crosses and enter into the vegetable area, they pass through that sanitizing machine only.
Okay.
So in a minute, 28 people can pass out, and those 28 people will be sanitized. And it is donated freely by the technician. This is an achievement. So I say, public is an extended hand of the government.
Yeah, I mean, but I got a question. Once you're sanitized, what if you're still contaminated? Because we know that you can still be contaminated before you have symptoms, before they test you. So you've been sanitized. Can you become reinfectable when you pass through that machine?
Yes, it's possible, because again, we have to meet somebody else.
Right.
So we have to take a precaution as well.
Right.
So every time we have chance of infection. But at least when anybody is entering into the vegetable area or any market, then that person is feeling confident. Okay, I am fine. Nobody can touch me. At least
Is it
burst the depression. Pardon?
How is he doing? Is it chemical sanitization, or is it ultraviolet sanitization, or what exactly is it?
Chemical one.
So it sprays everybody.
Yeah. Yes, it sprays. Approved by the FDA, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've seen that in Japan. We've seen a photo of that in Japan, and some other countries are experimenting with this. It is a one step better, right? One step better, but eventually we got to figure out what's going on inside our bodies. But I love the idea of at least we're sanitizing ourselves, maybe not contaminating with other viruses. That we generally carry with us, because when we walk through a street, right, our shoes pick up so much junk.
Yes.
And,
Yesterday, Nicholas has shown us a magazine that face mask is sharing contamination or spreading infection.
Yeah,
it's fact.
Yes, it can be an issue.
My son is making cloth masks so that you wear one a day, or however many you have to do, but he's making them according to CDC specs. Mm-hmm. And they're made out of cloth so that you can take them off, and you wash your batch once a week. And if it's a special disinfection solution that you want to wash them in, so that you know that they're healthier and safer for you. But that's one of the things he's doing, because he says he foresees the same thing, that it's not going to be safe to go out into the world without something protecting your lungs, and especially for people who have compromised systems as it is, right? There's people with cystic fibrosis, asthma. There's just so many things, diabetes, who struggle with various different problems, heart disease. So, and I agree. This is one thing. I think the hospitals, this would be great. You cannot walk into a hospital or an airport without spray. I think that's a great idea. Or my home. You can't walk in my home without. I want one. Right? I want one at my door. and you cannot walk in my door without being sprayed. And I always joke, I live out in the country, right? And we're doing this postal thing. And I do everything via shipping now anyway. And right near the time of lockdown and everybody was going crazy ordering stuff, I had to be one of the stupid people that ordered something. And I was waiting for it to come. It was something that I rely on for me. But so I was waiting for it, and it never showed up. And so I went online and I go, why didn't it show up? Now I have this big, beautiful circle drive, nothing blocking it, a big, huge front porch that's covered. So there's, nothing blocking. And I get this message from them that says, we couldn't get to your entrance. I'm like, what? And I run out and I'm looking up and get no traffic. And I'm looking at my driveway and I'm like, what do you mean you couldn't get to my entrance? And I guess they tried to deliver to the wrong person, because I'm like, I've got the most open entrance in the world. But I want that spray thing on my porch. So when anybody comes to my house, right, Sasha, you want one? I want one. Nobody comes to my house and has a party unless they've been decontaminated. Nick, there's your COVID-19 certification. Have these at the airports. Because I swear, when you walk down the street or you go to a bar, you are contaminated from head to toe. I don't care how many times you wash your hands. You're contaminated when you touch the doors. You're contaminated with everything, not just COVID-19. But yeah, that's an awesome thing. So, Mohammed, how is your delivery working for the people that you're helping out? How is all that working out?
Very, very smoothly, because passion is a very important thing. In the noble cause, the passion is most important thing. Those people who are associated with me or the NGO, they are passionate to do some noble work, and day and night they are working selflessly. And I really appreciate the Dr. Vasif, who is taking as a head for this noble cause. He's having his own team and doing the wonderful job out there.
Wow. Yes, absolutely.
And
all the
yes.
doctors.
Oh,
Go on. In case of COVID, in Mumbai is a very hot in discussion in Indian news actually today, because in Mumbai, in whole Maharashtra, more than 100 cases is right now, 1,000 cases right now, whereas India has only 6,000 cases. So media is talking about why there is so much cases in Mumbai in comparison to the nation. See, approximately we can say the 18% cases, especially in Mumbai. So Mumbai, the minister just informed us, they followed the German style actually.
Mm-hmm.
They started conducting the tests first, and they conducted tests of approximately 25,000 people only, whereas India has conducted more than 125,000. Okay, so they got, this is very important information about the global community. See, out of 1,000 cases, 7,000 cases was asymptomatic, and 300 cases was symptomatic, and in 300 cases only 28 cases was severe one.
Mm-hmm.
So test is a very important parameters right now, very important strategy the way Germany is doing, because through this it is very easy to handle the cases right now.
Right.
If somebody is taking, for example, we were discussing yesterday that there is less number of cases in Russia. So why there is less number of cases? They have not conducted the test as such.
Yeah.
That's very important.
Yeah, because you have to test. Yeah, it is very important, because if you don't test, you don't really know the data. And that's the problem, is a lot of the people have not been tested, even here in the United States. So we don't know the data, but we did have breaking news, if there is such a thing here. The leading cause of death in the United States has just been coronavirus now. It's actually now outpaces heart disease. So more people will die today of coronavirus than will heart disease. So that has now become our leading cause of death, showing that it is really a very dangerous frankly, it's a dangerous virus, is what you're looking at. But some of the commentators have also said, but wait a minute, some people that have heart disease and then they catch coronavirus, then they die, they're classified as dying of coronavirus. Maybe they should have been classified as heart disease. In other words, they would have died of heart disease anyway. But, you know, data is what it is. You just have to take the data and then try to figure out, you know, what's good, what's Memorex. And the problem that we have here is the same with India. Without a lot of testing, you really don't know. And it's kind of dangerous, because if you told me that some of these people tested but were asymptomatic, it means they're walking around with potentially infecting people, no one knows. Which creates, that's the thing that created the huge spread here. People were walking around with the disease, they didn't know about it, and they contaminated other people that then became symptomatic. So it becomes a real, you know, we're really running around trying to knock down the mice at the carnival, and it's not the easiest thing in the world to do, Mohammed. I mean, it's a real challenge here. Now, Rakesh, are you in Hong Kong?
Yes, I'm a Kiwi who living in Hong Kong.
Oh, you're a Kiwi in Hong Kong. Yeah. The thing is, are you in quarantine in Hong Kong, or what's going on over there?
It's not a quarantine. It's not a lockdown.
Okay.
Everybody moves around with masks. The airlines have shut down. Mm-hmm. So yeah, but the country is not. It's still open for business. My wife goes to work, and all my neighbors go to work. I work from home. I have run an online business, and so everybody's working. The economy is still ticking, and it's just that everybody wears a mask. We've found results. You know, I know Dr. Moskowitz said that it can get in from the sides of the mask, but we found results. We found it works. The same thing with Taiwan and Singapore. So you know, this is anecdotal. You know, so he's the doctor. He knows his stuff. I mean, I'm just nobody. So I'm just telling you what I experienced. In Hong Kong, we're not in lockdown at all. We do have limited, a lot of extra hygiene being taken. You know, the spraying of garbage and things like that, but not in lockdown, but not by a long shot.
Yeah, it's not. You know, I mean, it's not. What we've seen. It's different from country to country, and it's also different from place to place. People are treating it. Well, it looks like Dr. Arnaud has joined us, and Dr. Markowitz has rejoined us. In case they don't know everybody here, I'll do some brief introductions. Off to the left, yeah, Namdase is Ankit. He heads up the health channel at IBM TV. He is out of New Delhi. We have Willie Hill, who is with IBM TV out of Melbourne, Australia. Rakesh is actually from Hong Kong. Dr. Markowitz is in the United States. We have to have one of our people from the United States. And Dr. Arnaud, you're from the US, is that correct?
Yes, or not. Scottish, not French.
Oh, Scottish, not French. Okay, I was just wondering about that. So the thing is, what city are you calling or beaming in from, I would say?
Actually, it's from Stowe, Vermont. There's a great deal of confusion last night on...
Seriously. Okay, right. So you're in Eastern time then.
On the White House press conference, they were talking about R0, which is not my last name, but of course the R value for the virus, which is... supposed to be about 2.3, but it's got up to 4, 5, 6, 7, depending on where you are, what kind of super spreader you have.
Okay.
Of course, the objective, we get it down to about 0.3. So not to be confused with R0 or R0.
Okay. All right. So what you did is you basically isolated yourself in Stowe, Vermont. Is that what happened?
It's great. Yeah. I mean, I'm up here in Stowe, Vermont. You know, our local governor here has really, he was one of 4 called out at the White House press conference for having sort of killed it. You know, they're using contact case tracing here, they have good testing, and we so far have really been spared. I mean, they've done a great job. We've all been super self-isolating. Of course, we half kiddingly say that, in Vermont, that's what we've always done, is the site.
Sure. Yeah. Right. No, I've been up there. I was there a couple of years ago, traveling through Stowe and through Vermont, and I think you had one of the senators is from that area. He said he wanted to give money to people, let them stay home and do nothing, and then he said, "I'm going to withdraw from the race." Is that what happened?
That's pretty much what happened.
Because I accomplished everything, so I'm withdrawing from the race.
I know.
Right.
I mean,
if I stand home getting money from the government, I'm done.
After Trump basically came up with universal salaries, universal health care, there was no room left for a socialist.
Yeah, that's right. Right. Yeah, it's all over. So the thing is, they're all done with that right now. Well, tell me, what are the developments up in Vermont when it comes to this? I know that Hong Kong, they're seem to be doing fine, and same with Australia and currently in India. But I'm not sure about the great state of Vermont where you're from.
So I've been part of a task force that's been looking at scaling various technologies, especially ventilators. So I'm on the phone with Italy, London, New York, Boston, Dartmouth, up here, sort of looking at what's going on. And one of the most interesting things we found is that they now have this new vent sparing technique. They found that many people go down to vents that perhaps don't need it. So what they use is a high flow nasal cannula. And with that, they're able to give a little bit of PEEP, a little bit of expiratory pressure, lots of oxygen going in, a little bit of humidity. And especially for the younger patients, they've been able to spare those. A couple of interesting things. In London, they found that the people who are getting into trouble, the younger males, have a high BMI. And that would include, unfortunately, the PM. And that puts them at real risk of ending up in an ICU or on a ventilator. The other risk they're finding there is vaping, as well as smoking marijuana or cigarettes. So good time to give up all three of those. New York, with their ventilator situation, I got a call, and one of the hospitals had gotten 300 vents, and they found out that from the government stockpile, they didn't have the circuits, they didn't have replacement hose. So he scrambled to be able to pull those parts together. And it was really touch and go. We really thought for a while that these hospitals are going to completely run out. One evening, I think Long Island Jewish ran out. But, with 1,000 ventilators from China, with 140 from Oregon, some more from California, it looks like, the deaths have kind of reached a peak, and it looks like there's still extra capacity. And that was the whole game, was flattening that curve, at least so that medical care would keep up, and it has there. Here in Vermont, we've been very fortunate. The little county I'm in has only 17 cases. We all have been hiding since then. And I think next week we'll probably have our peak, and it should be a pretty low peak. So what's interesting is that just like all these countries around the world are mosaics, the United States is a mosaic as well. We've come to places like Vermont that have done incredibly well, and the New York that have done probably worse than anybody in the world. You look to in Europe at the mosaic, and you see Italy, with all of those, 7 years older population the United States has, mixing of generations there, where the younger generation was probably giving it to the older generation, very high death rate in older individuals. And then Germany, getting some high marks initially, but of course it turned out in Germany that the epidemic was brought back from skiers that had come back from Italy. So they brought it back, in the early epidemic there with some much younger people. And of course, didn't look so scary, but that, of course, may change. But, worldwide, it seems that, it's either what the World Health Organization has always advocated was contact case tracing, or, sort of severe isolation. It seems like, that's working. And the severe isolation, it's quite clear that, you can kind of damp that curve. But in the long run, you need to be able to, bring it right down, as they did in Wuhan, to zero. And that was only done there by contact case tracing, taking all the contacts, putting everybody in those camps, which is very hard to do in a democracy. And with that, scoring, a really big win there. So we've seen what to do. It's just a question of whether you can do that in a democracy.
Yeah, and you talked about vents, but to me, the vents look like it's an end game, which right now is the where the odds are not in your favor. You're like 60 to 70%. You're going down once you grab the vent on your way down. What about treatments, which should be our first line of defense, to mitigate the the effects and the impact of the coronavirus? Have you seen anything in the treatment area, even before we get to vaccines?
Oh, sure. So I think that's going to be the debate for once they have ones we have proven have worked. St. Thomas's in London, they have been using Plaquenil along with azithromycin and 2 other broad spectrum antibiotics, because when these patients' lungs are infected, they tend to get pneumonia from multiple different organisms. They'll have 2 antivirals, and they'll also have an antimicroplasma. So up to 6 different drugs there. Appears it's working. At Massachusetts General Hospital, they have a variety of different biologics now on board to be able to fight the virus itself. But I think the most interesting thing is, you've got 8, 10, 12 days where people kind of amble along. They feel sick, or they sort of feel that they're going the right direction. And then all of a sudden, you have a very, very short window. And what happens is that, literally within 8 hours, you're to go from starting to feel short of breath to needing to be on a ventilator. It's just that quick. I was talking to New York University Hospital the other day, and they were saying that they're stunned by how quickly people go downhill. Now, some of this is supposed to be this cytokine storm. Just to review our sort of biochemistry, you have the rocket pain pathway. Part of this COX pathway where you have ibuprofen and the various COX-1 and COX-2 inhibitors work, and then this other pathway produces cytokines like IL-6, IL-1, TNF-alpha, transforming growth factor beta, a whole sort of alphabet suit of different kinds of cytokines. But these are the ones that create the stunning inflammation. CRP has been a key marker, and they find that the higher the CRP is, the worse the prognosis is for the individual. So what they're doing now at places like Mass General is they're looking at anti-IL-6 drugs, and they're looking at some of the rheumatoid drugs for anti-TNF-alpha. Because you have, the initial phase, then they start to go downhill, and then you have this huge cytokine storm. So it's really twofold. You have something, that is able to attack the disease itself, and there are a number of, Gilead has, for instance, a very interesting drug that's now being used. Question is whether any of those will be successful, and they are already in trials. And then, of course, being able to attack that cytokine storm. The last big thing on vents, which is interesting, is that as part of this project, we've helped companies get, I think, over $270 million worth of government contracts for field vents. In fact, I'm just going to jump off camera for 1 second here. This is a very interesting solution here, and I have no skin in the game in terms of any financial interest in these, but here's an example. This is a portable ventilator. It's the kind of portable ventilator, used in Afghanistan as an example of our special forces. Very simple directions on the back here. You just basically figure out what height and weight are. You plug them in here. And that means that without an ICU, or maybe in a tent or a field hospital, or, suppose even an ambulance, if somebody can intubate them, you have the possibility of using these field vents. And they, again, are sparing the big ICU vents. And the vision has been, it took a while to bring hospitals around to this, that if you run out of the big machines, it's giving people a chance. When I was in Rwanda during the genocide, I was at a Doctors Without Borders camp, and they stick in an IV, and it was the one shot you got. No one was measuring fluid in or out. There were no electronics, no vital signs, because they were losing 65,000 people in about 2.5 weeks. So I think it's the same here, the same analogy here, that you would be putting these in maybe in a hallway. Because unless you do this fairly quickly, you really sort of lost the game. At least that was the initial thinking. The thing that has changed, I will tell you, is that there's a new sort of belief that patients may be going on to vents a little bit too quickly. And for that reason, they're using these high-flow nasal cannulas. Because they sound all right, they look all right, but their PaO2, that is the oxygen you take your fingertip here, has plummeted. It's pretty frightening to clinicians to see how far that's gone. So sometimes they jump to put a vent on where, might not quite be necessary yet.
Yeah, but it also tends to be that we're looking at the, like I said, the people that developed serious conditions later on. What about as people enter? Is there a problem with getting people too late in terms of getting them medication, once they have?
I mean, you put your finger right in. The biggest problem we have right now is that, sorry, just kidding. We're just too late. So many people ride home.
Right.
Especially older people with chronic diseases. They just become a little somnolent. They're short of breath.
Right.
Call anybody. And right now in New York City, they're finding, hundreds of people that have died every day or two at home. Hundreds of them. They just never make it into the hospital. So the limiter had been, you want these little, I have one right here, but the little oxygen monitors. Mm-hmm. If you come into the hospital and you're at 90 or above in New York, they say go home.
Right.
If you fall below 90, then they say, well, you know, we want you in the hospital. So
Sure.
I tell people if they're starting to get short of breath or they have chest pain, that's when you want to get in, because you do have individuals who are suffering coronaries. In fact, at a local ICU here, man came in with a coronary. They didn't realize it was a COVID patient, and they had to send the whole team home, all 12 people home for 2 weeks to self quarantine because of the exposure. But the other key thing they found, and as the disease comes into the U.S. and these fabulous medical systems like MGH and Partners, New York University, UCLA, Stanford, and whatnot, a lot more is being found out about it. One thing is myocarditis. And so the virus apparently causes a myocarditis. And the question is, could you intercept that before they go onto a ventilator? Because there's a 50% greater likelihood that you're going to die if you do have that myocarditis. And to your point, once you're on the ventilator, there's a 65% death rate that people don't get off it. And, if you look at an older individual who does have risk factors, then, putting someone like that on a ventilator for 15 days, even without COVID, you're may have a pretty poor outcome, even if they get off in terms of lung scarring and a long trip to get back anywhere close to where they were before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, see that's what the problem is. Dr. Moskowitz, do you have any thoughts on any of the treatments that are out there? I mean, I know that everybody's like into vents because you can make money selling vents, but the thing is, I as an asthmatic really don't want to go on a vent. Okay, I want to do something prior to the vent.
Well, if Dr. Arnaud corrected you, I should probably correct you on the Scottish pronunciation of my name, which is Moskowitz.
Moskowitz, okay.
Yeah, I'm not a Markowitz.
Oh, Moskowitz, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Wait a minute, is that Mick Moskowitz?
It is Mick Moskowitz.
It's Moskowitz. But you're in David. You're in Los Angeles, right?
Hollywood, Florida.
Hollywood, Florida. So you're East Coast also. Okay, good. Yeah, I know that area really well.
Right. No, it's not like dark and I'm like the only one awake.
Okay, right. Yeah, well, that's in Australia, where Willie Hill's beaming in from Melbourne. It's like 2:00 in the morning. And India, where Mohammed and Ankit is, I don't know what time it is. What is it? 8:00, 9:00?
Right, this time. The clock is right behind Mohammed's back.
10:20.
All right, so it's a reasonable time. Okay, so everybody else is East Coast. Okay, all right. So Dr. Moskowitz, I want to make sure you get that right. What are we looking at in terms of treatments? I really don't want to go on a ventilator. It's not my.
I don't think anybody wants anybody to go on a ventilator.
Sure. Yeah.
I did my medicine clerkship at MGH, so I know what a good place it is. But then they asked me when I was applying for internship, did I have any questions? And I asked them, don't you ever tell people to leave? They thought that was a good question, but I didn't get the internship. So you want to move this to the first 4 days of symptoms. You don't want people to have to go to the hospital at all. And in fact, what I think is going to happen is that when the quarantine is lifted, because it has to be, there's no sense. I mean, the government can't pay us week in, week out. 330 million people getting a $1,200 check every week is not enough money, but it will break the bank. So we have to go back to work. And it looks like this is a mast cell disorder. The myocarditis and the eosinophil destruction of the heart is a late event in week 2. But the mast cell has eotaxins that get released and bring the eosinophils into play. They also bring the neutrophils, the macrophages, the lymphocytes, all the immune cells that are seen. I don't think IL-6 is a good idea. Number one, it's a monoclonal antibody that's hugely expensive. Number two, there's so many cytokines flying around by then that anti-IL-6 is not going to do the job, nor is anti-IL-5 to take away the eosinophils. I think the real approach with this disease is to jump on mast cells early. And as I just did with a patient that I took care of in between, the 2 times I was on today. 18-year-old guy with diarrhea for 2 weeks, asthma for 2 weeks, chest pain, anterior chest pain, got a chest x-ray at a good hospital ER. It was negative, sent home. And he doesn't have a steroid inhaler, but he does have a rescue albuterol inhaler for his asthma. I'm giving him an oral steroid inhaler, and that was the White House. Sorry, and a prednisone pulse and taper, because he's used to them as an asthma patient. And if you look at that first paper, I think the PMID number is like I don't know, 320-77115. They had 140 patients. Not a single one was an asthmatic. They only had 2 COPD patients. They had a ton of drug sensitivity patients, 20, and they had 2 urticaria patients. And to me, that suggests that the asthmatics, because all this is asthma, the asthmatics were so well trained to take steroid inhalers and prednisone pulse that they didn't have to come into the hospital. So that's what I'm hanging my treatment on.
Oh, so David, now Nicholas and I both need your help because I'm an asthmatic.
I'm an asthmatic.
Are you, Nicholas? All right.
Yeah, I started on Rondec when I was 6 years old. A medicine that doesn't even exist. It was a little pill.
When I look at being elderly, what an insult, as a risk factor, and then asthma, it gives me great pause. My asthma doctor I spoke to, and he said, well, paradoxically, because you have all this inflammation you're fighting anyhow, possibly you're a little bit better off. And it is, after all, a disease which is hitting the alveoli rather than the bronchi itself. So I have, the interesting thing about asthma is that 52% of adults and 74% of kids are not getting the most basic treatment, which you're obviously telling your patients about all the time in terms of being on a steroid inhaler if they need to be, because it's, this inflammatory disease. So a couple of questions for you. I mean, if we don't want to end up on an inhaler, besides just completely optimizing everything we can about our disease, anything else to do? And should we be afraid of going on prednisone, if we have a severe case? Because, one of the big warnings they have now out of this daily clinical letter is for anybody on prednisone that they may fare worse with severe COVID than those that aren't. So can you help Nicholas and I make our way through here?
Yeah, because I like prednisone. I hate to say that. If I'm really sick, I take one of those things.
Yeah.
Hey, Dr. Moskowitz, it makes me loopy, but I'm loopy anyway. But the thing is, it relieves all the symptoms. So I'm not a prednisone addict. I keep them there where I don't use it. But man, if I get in trouble, prednisone is like my #1 shot in the arm.
So you think we're really at risk, and what should we do?
Yeah.
Well, you are at risk because COVID-19 is just asthma. But in a way, you're the most protected because you've already got the armamentarium. You've got your steroid inhalers. You're used to taking prednisone, and when you're getting worse. The time urgency of getting to steroids and escalating. And so the problem with this virus is it's made the whole population into asthmatics, and they don't know. They're like a 6-year-old kid. They have no idea how serious it can get. That it's lethal, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I can actually feel my blood oxygen level go down. So the thing is, it's actually a feeling that I get, and I'm going, okay, I need to take some prednisone. So, but I've been like 6 years. I've been doing.
Nicholas, you love this. He actually took me to the hospital a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
It turned out that my oxygen was about 87, and on the way to the hospital, I kept warning her not to hit any of the giraffes or elephants.
Yeah.
And you're living in Vermont, then?
That was the crazy thing about it. There must be some local zoo that they got out of, because I'm quite sure I saw them.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, you're right. We're definitely also used to this. In other words, this is nothing new, shortness of breath. But I also know that if I ever get viruses and flus, that's the reason I do flu shots. It makes it worse because ultimately the flu goes into your nose and then it goes into your mouth and it goes into your lungs. Okay, nose, mouth, I'm okay with. But when it gets in my lungs, I am not okay with that. I mean, it really creates some serious problems. But of course, I have all those asthma medicines, which I go on to alleviate it. And then I use prednisone. So I haven't ever had to go to the hospital for any of that stuff. The only time I had to go to the hospital is I'm deathly allergic to cats. So if I walk into a place that has cat dander, within an hour, I shut down. And I don't know why. It's just
I'm the same way. I have a little bit of allergy issues, but then I'm not asthmatic like you, but I used to have bronchial infections a lot. But cats, boy, I just inflame. Like if I'm around them, it's the same thing.
Well, you guys are both at super high risk because you already know that your mast cells are hyperreactive.
Yeah, and there's no question about it. No, I got that. But see, for self-isolation, it's been easy for me. I live in a nice country club, play golf, play tennis, and go to the club, but they shut the club down. So the thing is, there isn't much to do here, and we're north of Pinehurst, which is a big golf community.
I love that. Yeah.
If you like Pinehurst, I'm right there. We have two 18-hole golf courses where I live, 24 tennis courts, and quite a few, maybe 20 swimming pools. So it's a really nice place to live. And in our county, we only have 4 coronavirus cases, because the people here, they don't go anywhere. They just
Nick, also though, you're not near an airport. You're
you're an hour away from a major airport. So the thing is, we don't have people coming in and out. So it's been a pretty safe place to be here. But I also have a place up in Raleigh, which I have to go to tomorrow. And and every time I go to Raleigh, they have hundreds of cases in Raleigh. That's where I throw my mask and my gloves. I put my hazmat suit on because I'm got to go to the city and see people. And
Nicholas, there are clear ethnic differences.
Yeah,
because it's well known that African Americans have more asthma, like 2-fold rate of asthma than whites. In New Orleans, 70% of the deaths are in blacks. And I would bet that the Raleigh experience is a measure of ethnic diversity and mast cell hyperreactivity.
And that's a good to look at, because we discussed this a couple of days ago, and it kind of opened my eyes that I didn't particularly look at this, and I thought maybe it was because the African American or the poor populations, they all kind of live in a cluster area in cities where we know this is massively spreading. But perhaps maybe they're just not being educated properly. Just like most anything else we learn, when there's a huge gap, it's usually a lack of education.
Yeah.
Well, and cockroaches. I mean, house dust mites.
Yeah, true. The dust mites.
No one lives through anything. A cockroach, right? It's been here 1 billion years, and it will be here 1 billion years past the humans. But yes.
Well, what about phase 2? Okay, the thing is, getting the country back on its feet again, economically, is what I'm talking about. The thing is, I hear very little talk about testing people, making them CoVid19 certified. Like Dr. Arnaud, I'm sure you've been on airplanes a lot. You get TSA certified to go on airplanes, so you don't have to go through the regular lines. I do that because I just don't like to go through the regular lines. What about COVID-19 certification? I think Fiat is basically in Italy moving toward that direction to get the people back to the factory so they'll reproduce cars again. What is the problem with testing, making people COVID-19 certified, and then getting back together? I had to do that when I went up to Raleigh. I was interviewed by somebody from the city of Raleigh so I could meet with them because they're COVID-19 certified. I'm COVID-19.
Yeah, good. Like, it's interesting. I just got this letter this morning from the head of our superintendent of schools saying, when do we go back to work? And I said, what we've really learned here in Vermont is that we've been a series of small outbreaks, and we did the contact case tracing. So I think the variety of things are going to happen. The most disturbing, which is going to be a real prejudice, that as a place like New York may now be a city of young people, that the older individuals and executives aren't going to want to be there because of the risk. So, the kids are going to be able to go back in, whether they're positive or negative at work. Whereas, for instance, blacks as an example, terrible time, especially with, as Tony Fauci said the other day, the very low standard of healthcare, the very high number of risk factors that really aren't properly addressed. So employers will be looking in a discriminatory way at who's most likely to survive on their shift. But a couple of things. One is that there's a big race to be able to get an IgM antibody test. Why? Because first of all, it shows you the overall background. So in our county, Lamoille background, have we had 10,000 cases or we had 50 cases? We don't know. So that will be helpful in terms of understanding the background. And I think having that testing readily available with the current testing means that if you do start a plant back up and you find a problem, immediate testing, immediate contact case tracing. So I think that's a big part of going back to work. Now, the other thing to consider is sort of the oil worker scenario where they go off and work on an oil well for a month or whatever it is. Imagine Boeing might take a Marriott hotel and put people in there for 7 days. They do their 7 days, they're tested before and after temperatures, and whether they're certified or not, at least it's thought that they're, very low risk. They then go work, a month of 7-day shifts in an airplane plant, as an example, where there's very low likelihood. So I think there are lots of ingenious ways to get back. The hotel industry, the Four Seasons now in New York City is open to healthcare workers, and they figure the whole thing out. There's nobody at the front desk. There's a key left out for you. One person goes on an elevator at a time. Nobody meets anybody in the hotel. You go into your room, 7 days without any housekeeping. Then at the end of 7 days, they go and fumigate the room. So I think that there's a mistake in thinking that it's sort of all or nothing in terms of getting people back to work. Because clearly, you could do hotels again. You could do assembly lines. There's lots you could do. And I think you have to put that thought into it. But the big idea, I think, is this. After 9/11, look at the multi-billion-dollar security businesses that we produce and look at the whole TSA. We're all thinking too small at this point. It's going to be a big, big, big industry. I mean, you'll come into an airport and there'll be machines that take your temperature from some time away. Everyone's going to have a PaO2 meter at home. They may be using these Whoop devices. I don't know if you've seen these, but I wear one, and they found that your respiratory rate starts to go up before you become symptomatic. So there'll be ways of sort of monitoring workers, but there'll be big, big businesses that do this with incredibly high-tech tools. And you can imagine, too, that senior executives aren't going to be walking around with a little 50-cent mask. They're going to look like Darth Vader, right? I mean,
Hold on. Can I tell you guys? I've been looking for my Darth Vader mask. And I keep going.
Right.
Science fiction wrote this. Science fiction wrote this. They designed our clothes for us. All we have to do is go to Star Wars. They designed it.
Yes.
We don't go anywhere. Yes, exactly.
It wasn't Empire Strikes Back. It was COVID-1
Right.
That's what it was.
COVID-1. So, and David, not David, Robert, you brought up something about the oil rigs mannerisms, because I've done a lot of work there and have been there. They do work on 2-week shifts. And that is probably maybe a way that we can go to. It's not the best life in the world, let me tell you. It's a sad life. But it is a way to kind of go back and know that the people you're working with are safe to work with. They are self-contained on the rig. They have places that they live that are not too far from the rig site, and they do their shifts for 2 weeks and then they go home. Yeah, you're right. We need to look at the bigger picture of how we can manage this. But I like the Darth Vader. We're on the same side.
Oh yeah, that's the real reason.
I'm so happy.
That's the real reason that we're wearing masks. I'll have somebody come on. Well, why were you always wearing this mask? Well, we had COVID-19 years ago, and so this was the solution, which is a possible solution. We're going to have a professor, the former dean of Yale University School of Business, on Monday, along with he's now the professor of economics at Yale, to discuss some of the financial aspects of this, which is what I see to be the aftershock. In other words, there's the disease and a certain amount of people die, but there's a big economic disparity or issue that's going to take place afterwards. if it's not taking place right now, but it's going to continue for quite some time, we believe, because everybody cannot sit in their cubbyhole and expect the economy to recover. I just don't see, I don't see how our economy and our GDP is going to go up this year. How can our GDP go up this year? You can print all the money you want, distribute all the money you want, but if people aren't working and producing goods and services, the gross domestic product will go down.
But Sasha's already created a new product, and we're going to
the innovators. We're going to bring the innovators.
Sasha's got something we can do on April 18th at 3 p.m. It's something fun, something educational, but a little bit of fun to it because it's kind of gambling, but not. But for all of you who are going to miss out on your Kentucky Derby coming up, you can do this instead of Kentucky Derby. Because if I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to bet on the guys that are betting on the chessboard because I don't know how to bet on the chessboard. So my money's going out on the horses that are betting on the chessboard. So, and Sasha and I are working on this, but it's going to be fun. But there are so many innovative things, not just science, just like the app that is a slot machine right now. Again, it's not, I want to tell you guys because I've been in the high tech industry for many years, and we would spend a lot of money innovating things for science, medical, and education. We would spend billions of dollars, and it would never come back to us like the high-speed internet. I was part of the development of that launched the first one, and I actually got to see the first MRI move in Chapel Hill. But did they want to keep investing in that? No. You know what paid for the bandwidth? Does anyone? All right, porn and gaming.
There we go, gaming. Yes.
Gaming.
Actually,
I hear the word porn on this show, but those are the two things that paid for the bandwidth we use today. It wasn't medicine, it should have been, because we spent all of our money building it for medicine and building it for education and science. But it didn't take off because of that. Gaming and porn. I foresee our bandwidth getting driven because of games like Sasha's. One of a kind game, guys. One of a kind.
Yeah, the chess players have done really well because
you've had quite a career there, I must say. What's interesting to those? I think that it's a very interesting time. That half of us are kind of hiding under the table, waiting for this thing to come and get us. And I think the other half are saying this is a time of amazing innovation. And there can be big changes. As an example, when employees look at that Stanford study showing that employees are more productive at home than they are at work, and I know it because my poor fiance is like up at 7 o'clock in the morning working till midnight, because and they have to check in. And I think that, companies are to go, what are we paying for offices for?
That's true.
What are we flying people on airplanes for? What are we paying hotels for?
Yeah.
And you look at the amazing innovation, just, the American spirit is kind of indomitable in terms of innovation. Actually, Tom Watson, one of the really, IBM family was up here in Stowe, and they used to call it the Watson House, and the Boy Scouts would go down to his helicopter to ask him for money for Boy Scout troop. I mean, tremendous amount of innovation. And I see that every day, just the stuff that people are doing. That even in town here, now it's greater convenience for us. We have all our meals delivered. We have all our groceries delivered. There was, in terms of people having their hair colored, a hair coloring place, making up kits and sending them home for people to do their own hair color.
Well, even the greeting, like Ankit was telling me in India, they always go to Namaste or whatever the heck that is.
Namaste.
Right? Yeah, and the thing is, I think it was Dr. Fossey, was saying, well, we can't shake hands anymore. We just follow what the Indians do this. And probably if you think about it, shaking hands was always a bad idea. It's just a cultural idea that's, it's a cultural idea that's been around for centuries. It's a bad idea. Here, you want some germs? I mean, no one would do that. Here, you want to get sick? It's a bad idea.
Got it wrong with this because it still leaves you within 2 feet. So there's this.
That's what they do in India. Right.
Kimberly, you're not going to like this because it's Trekkies, right? That's
That's all right. I'm cool with something.
For stand-up surfing, there's also Shaka, right?
Right.
When people try to come close to me now, it's like no, stand back.
You know, we had a local news outside of our house because the school across the street became contaminated about a month and a half ago. And I walked up to him like this, right? This is sticking out of his hand to shake. And I'm like, don't touch me. I already know what's happening in the world. And, you know, they, even being the local news, they still were not in tune to what was happening in the world. You know, thanks to ANKIT and our global board of advisors, we were hearing about all the stuff. But you're right. I mean, we're going to have, we got a new way coming. And it's just, we got to adapt. And we will.
And it's interesting too how wrong public health authorities get wrong. You know, there's always this, always said at all these epidemics. I've been, you know, Ebola in Uganda and sleeping sickness in southern Sudan and you know, malaria in where was it, Mozambique, and during the Rwanda genocide, cholera and whatnot. In an effort to calm people, they tell you stuff that kills you. As an example, you know, unnamed government official goes, "Oh, it's in New Yorkers, right? Just wash your hands." And what's come out in the paper this week is, you know, it's not coughing or sneezing that spreads it. If I'm talking like this, the droplets are coming here. It's talking, right? It's talking to someone. Someone doesn't look sick. They don't feel sick. They haven't coughed. You feel fine. They're talking to you. So we sent thousands of people to their deaths in the New York City with clean hands.
Yeah, right. No,
and I agree with you. The misinformation that I was reading a white paper back in February that this was aerosol. Back in early February, I read a white paper that said
the World Health Organization said. Yes.
They never mentioned it anywhere. Whenever you brought it up on the news, they go, "Oh, no, it's not."
Okay, well, here's what gets me.
It stays up there longer than we thought too.
Yeah,
what gets me is
that airborne. I don't give a darn what anybody said. In my book, aerosol means it carries through the air, and they go, "Oh, it's not airborne. You can't say that." And I'm like,
for 3 hours. It's, you know, it's unclear. It's the fact coding whether it's still infectious or not. The fact is, just if we're talking in an excited way like this, if I looked at my screen, there are probably a few droplets here and there. Right? And so but I think that what's wrong is, you know, we give people, you know, just all the wrong information. You know, we probably could have saved 80% of New Yorkers, 80% of them.
But they had the information, Robert. They had the information. They didn't share it. They were not transparent with the information because of this, because of money.
But it's also our information delivery system. Okay, let's think about this. This is a medical condition, correct? This virus. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Okay. Okay. Now let's get rid of that. It's a medical condition. Okay. When it was a medical condition, the first thing that our leadership gives you is a politician to head it up. Now, if it was you, Dr. Arnaud, and you had a medical condition, do you go see the mayor of Stowe to solve your problems? No, that would be insane. But that's what we have in our country. The minute there's a medical condition, we run to go see the mayor of Stowe. And he doesn't know anything about it. Like I said, I missed all the nephrology classes that Dr. Moskowitz took. I missed all the pathology classes because I never took any. And now the thing is, you're telling them that they're going to lead the charge in a medical emergency.
These are, you know, as Kimberly pointed out, these are medical first principles.
Yeah, it's medicine 101 that they're missed.
If you're talking to somebody, you're probably in big trouble. So, I mean, I think that, you know, the tragedy is how avoidable this was. Like that first case was December 8th. You know, they talk about whether this was a lab accident. You know, no proof yet, but the Wuhan laboratory had a very good friend who was in there last year. Yeah. It said that they had a number of times when they lost their electricity, when they lost their negative pressure ventilation. The question, did it get out there? And if not, what about all those wet animal markets? I mean, the bats and whatnot. It's insane. But, you know, it's the bureaucrats that kill us. The local bureaucrats in Wuhan go, "Oh, if Beijing sees this, they're going to kill us." So they didn't tell them. The local doctor starts to tell everybody, and they make him sign a letter saying he won't do it anymore.
Exactly.
And then really early, law starts calling around the world for things. You got masks, you got ventilators, we're buying everything. So they knew and didn't warn us, and that we didn't take the warning. You know, if we had done contact case tracing if we had cut the flights from Europe, the cases
Europe, yeah, that's where it came
Europe rather than the West Coast, we had a chance of beating this thing. We missed everything all along the way. But the biggest and most interesting point is this: it's unimaginable. In other words, you're sitting there as mayor of New York City. I'm going to close down this huge city, all this enterprise. How can I do that on a guest? Nobody can imagine how big this thing is. I liken it to a tsunami. You're sitting on a beach, you're playing volleyball, you're reading a book or whatnot, and everything seems just fine. Well, there's that 100-foot wall of water coming together, and you don't know it's fine until it hits you, and then you got to play. And then all your planning is just behind planning.
Yeah.
And you bring up a good point that nobody could see it.
Wait, time out. There's somebody who saw it. Time out. Bill Gates. There's a guy named Bill Gates. Bill Gates is not a medical doctor. Bill Gates, 5 years ago on a TED Talk, outlined the entire amount, including how much it was going to cost, how it was going to be distributed, and that it was going to happen. And he said it was a higher probability than wars or anything else, but no one listens to that guy because he's just Bill Gates. So it wasn't like this wasn't outlined.
It's terrible.
I hold everyone responsible right now because they had the same papers I had in my hand. And I had those papers in my hand back in February. So I hold every one of them responsible for not sounding that alarm sooner.
Yes.
I really do. And here's the thing. They were scared of their own shadow. I've had this conversation with someone. I was told not to say anything, but I'm going to. They were scared of their own shadow. They felt like they only had two choices. If I move forward ahead of time and I control this and nobody ever sees it, I'm going to look like an idiot because I made everybody shut down early. Or if I wait a little bit and everybody sees death and dying and I stop it, then I'm a hero. They had a third choice. The third choice was take a little bit of the extreme precautions and be transparent to the humans in this country of what this will do to you. You make your choices then, because humans will make smarter choices if they have the knowledge. Again, I go back to education. If you have the knowledge of what to do, you will make better choices. But they weren't transparent.
I did a PBS broadcast in New York well before they shut anything down. They said, "What do you think?"
Shapiro?
And I said, "It was the local." Well,
the local PBS.
The local PBS there.
Okay, right.
Said, what do you think of it? What do you think we should do? He said, the clean hands aren't going to do it. You got a distance.
Yeah.
I were in New York right now, and I just had been. I would be walking in the streets. I would not take a subway. I would not take a bus. And I think 3 hours later, the subways were empty. But I mean, it was so clear. And then the school thing, we closed our schools, I think a week or two before New York did. But those, as you point out, those are simple measures people could have taken to save lives. And they just didn't do it because, they didn't want to suffer the embarrassment. Politicians can't think big. I mean, look at what we missed. We missed World War I. We missed Pearl Harbor. There were all the warnings there. We knew about it in advance.
Or we missed 9/11. We could have.
A week after 9/11, I was in Pakistan, and I went to one of the terrorist hideouts there. And on the wall, they had a poster of an airplane going into the U.S. Capitol. It was an idea that had been around. People knew that they were going to do this, and we missed all the big things because they're unimaginably big, and because, as you point out, Kimberly, it's a great point, is that these politicians are cowards until there's a disaster, and then they want to come out as heroes.
And I want to bring up something because I bring this up a lot, and you can watch it for free on IBM TV. There's a movie called 93 Days, and it was the Ebola outbreak in Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. And it was fascinating to me because not one politician got in the way of the doctor's decisions that we're going to lock down and shut down because there's 23 million people, and this was in 2014. 23 million people here we have to protect, and we don't care what that politician says. He's going to stay his bonehead in that room, and we're going to lock him down. And, there was a fight going on there, and they go, are we sure we want to do this? And the doctors took it upon their own necks to do this, but they prevented what could have been the most horrific spread in the world. You know how Nigeria is. The doctors took it themselves to take responsibility and contain everything. And because of it, less than 20 people were infected, and only 8 people died of a disease that killed more than 90% of the people that are infected. So they beat the odds tremendously because they took responsibility. They were transparent. They contacted WHO, they contacted CDC, and they locked down. Like, they shut down quick. And yes, Sasha, I'm sorry, I get on my soapbox. You'll have to forgive
I
me.
like the soapbox. Carol, I'm going to nominate you. I love it.
Yeah, Sasha, you can get on your Canadian soapbox because
Sure, Canada is doing relatively well with this story, but I wish that our American friends would be more transparent with what's happened, and then Canada would take also earlier steps to deal with it. But the way it is, I don't know, I don't complain. So far it's been handled. There are very strict enforcement of staying home rule. There are people who were fined. There is fine $1,000 for example, driving a car and without proper explanation where and from where you're going. And I know one person who was $1,000, and there are some pedestrians also were fined $1,000 each because there were less than 2 meters distance between two of them. So that basically helps. It's a nice precaution. Now, let me tell you, it's human nature to find somebody responsible for whatever misfortune happens to you or your close friends, relatives, or even the country. So once all that will be done and over, I'm pretty sure there will be similar commission which investigated agents of 9/11 and who was responsible. Similar commission definitely will be there. As I told Nick many times, that the lawyers pretty soon will be very, very critical. There is no doubt in my mind at all. And as I said before, first you mitigate and then you litigate. So it's all
I love that.
it's all there.
That's Sasha.
Yeah.
Nick?
Well, I introduced Sasha to two of my best friends, Bill and Sue. And that's the lawyer's best friends, Bill and Sue. And that's who we hang out with, you know. So, I mean, we have to do something. But actually, we had Senator Lemieux on he's now the chairman of Gungster Oakley down where you're at, Dr. Moskowitz, and he was on our show Wednesday, and the courts are all shut down, basically. In other words, if you think about it, how do you do a jury trial when you can't impanel a jury? It's a big problem, except for emergency orders. So the 190 attorneys are all doing nothing. Basically, they're on leave at Gungster Oakley because the courts are shut down. So, I mean, like I said, the adverse economic impacts are tremendous. In terms of cleaning up the mess afterwards, don't worry, the lawyers will be there for that. Yeah, I mean, we're going to be there.
Well, and then, you got the backlog, and how are they going to manage that? Because so many businesses.
Oh, yeah, Lord. Yeah, especially in Palm Beach County, I have only one case down there, and it's an estate case. And the thing is, they have 100,000 filings a year for estate cases in Palm Beach County. It's absolutely huge. It's a dying business, estate planning is, but it's big in Florida. So it's just the nature of the beast. But what are they going to do when the backlog takes place, and how are they going to alleviate the backlogs? Those are yet to be answered. But what I haven't seen is two things I would love to see from leadership. Number one is have a panel of physicians. Usually the leader gets together and they have all these politicians around. They're all making our health decisions. I don't think that's a good idea because they don't have backgrounds. They do not have the knowledge to actually make even a halfway intelligent decision. Wouldn't it be better to have a group of doctors around who at least took Pathology 101 as opposed to have no clue what's going on? And then number two, we're going to need an economic council. Right now they're thinking about it, but it's not thinking about it. You're going to have people that know what they're doing in terms of bringing people back from pandemic. And I don't think we have anybody who knows what to do next, because I have heard no plan B. Maybe you guys have heard it. I've heard no plan the next step. What are we going to do next? I've heard zero about that.
I think it's going to have to be established on a global level, but I think Sasha has a question, but I think that needs to be established globally, not just the U.S.
Oh, yeah. And see, this is the other thing. Sasha and I are both into chess. Okay, so we both played a lot of chess, and there's some very interesting statistics of chess. There's less chess grandmasters in the world than there are billionaires. There's more billionaires. 2,400, only 1,500 chess grandmasters. But as you move up the chess chain to the high elo people, the top ones are really good, like Magnus Carlsen, Fabio Caruna. Okay, as you move up the medical channel, I believe the top ones are really good, but you never hear from them. It's like Dr. Moskowitz, because they're always in a corner somewhere in the world doing research. And And so the thing is, it's unfortunate that a lot of the best people in the world are sitting in corners doing research, and you never get to hear from them. I've been trying to bring some more people on our show, like Dr. Moskowitz, but it's really tough because you got to go first. You got to go find them, then you got to bring them on the show.
First started in television. Yes, one of the first guys I interviewed had just taken over the NI National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, Tony Fauci. And I was probably in his office once a week, all through 83, 82, 83, 84, all the early HIV epidemic. You know, there's probably not a finer individual that could be actually running the show here.
Sure.
And, you know, thank God people are actually listening to him. And the CDC, you know, always has been the very best disease surveillance organization in the world. And it's usually almost not a comedy of errors, it's a tragedy of errors. You know, their person in China left for whatever reason. They missed all the early warnings. The Chinese didn't tell us, and we didn't have those tests. We had testing, early maintenance of tests. You know, we would have saved tens and tens of thousands of lives over time. So it's a great tragedy. We have the right people. It's just a matter of listening to them. I do think on the business front, you know, if you're reading the background papers that are coming out of Wall Street, they have a pretty good idea of how this is all going to come back and how it's going to be done. I think the biggest downfall is going to be that, you know, we're this service economy. It's going to be hard to do the service piece of that. I mean, restaurants will be tough. Airlines will be tough. But I think basic industry, you know, whether it's making computers or airplanes, that, you know, that we're going to have this very big business that's going to be sort of biological security. And I think that, you know, we're very innovative. And, you know, a year from now, our world will have changed completely in terms of how we operate and where we are, and how much time we spend at home and how much more we isolate. And I think that, you know, I was interviewed the other day by Nantucket Magazine, and the editor said, "What are we going to do? You know, like I'm a social being. How am I going to survive?" I go, "You know what? Just don't go to all the foo-foo cocktail parties. You know, pick two or three people you really like. You know, not to do have a close circle event, and then have all these other set of people. You know, all kind of just go to these parties. I don't see that happening anymore."
Do this. All right, this is what I said. I'm going to create a virtual bar, right?
I thought that's what IBM was, Jim. I thought this was our virtual bar.
And drink.
Okay, what are you talking about?
And
okay, that's the Russian answer. By the way, this was actually published in some of the Russian journals. They say vodka and a sauna, and you're okay. Don't worry about it.
I keep saying when this is over, I'm going to go see Sasha. He's got the best stocked bar I have seen yet. Sasha, you've had a question. Go ahead.
I have a question to you.
Where is Sasha right now? Where are you?
He's in Canada. He's in Toronto.
Toronto, Canada.
Yeah.
A question to you about economic recovery. I'd like to ask you, who needs recovery? Stock market is doing great. It already recovered 50% of what it's lost. People are getting all the stimulus packages, and businesses, $2.2 trillion is available now. Another $2 trillion will come. And there is no reason why another 4 trillion and 16 trillions and 32 trillions will be available very soon. So we are doing fine. Who needs recovery?
Yeah, right.
I think that a lot of the big businesses, you know, the big tech companies have already figured this out. I mean, there's lots that's been figured out. I think we talked about how you could do this with big manufacturing. Where people are going to lose, it's going to be, unfortunately, it's going to be that, you know, that poor waitress who's a single mom with 3 kids at home, now can't get daycare, now doesn't have a job, and people just aren't going to come into a restaurant for a very long time. So I think when you look at unemployment is not 90%, to your point, Sasha. Unemployment is like 17%. But that service part of the economy tough to get back. But I think we're such an innovative country. We are going to come back with, you know, we're all going to have our own. My home office here, I got a full production studio, I got a full live studio. You know, I got all my machine learning, deep learning.
And if you ever have any problems, you can just read some of the magazines I read. Like, do you ever see the National Enquirer? Did you see that? Coronavirus cures finally found.
No reason to leave. I don't. You know, my life is no different than it was before. Just you know, whole office.
I've lived like this for 30 years. Worked out of my home. I've owned offices. And, you know, had people go to the offices, but I worked out of the home more than I did anything. Because
that's a nice one. You're putting all the rest of us to shame, Kimberly. Terrific lighting.
I've got my studio. I have my screens. I actually just finished building my my exercise equipment room. So I've got that finished. So I'm just going to just live home, you know, and I'm going to get the virtual bar going and we can all meet every Friday at 5.
What we need to do is we need to have them launch the Mars mission to Earth, right? In other words, take all that technology about the little isolated villages and biological sensors and whatnot, and move it to Earth. But I think it's going to be twofold. You're going to have tremendous innovation, and then also I think the millennials, when this is over, going to go, no, we're going back to work and back to partying.
Yeah, but that's because they don't have a high mortality rate. It's as you get over 60, the mortality rate starts skyrocketing, goes 60, 70, 80, and then all of a sudden
there are deaths. You know, what's interesting.
I know there are, but the thing is, it's not statistically that significant. As you go over 60, it is. You go 60, 70, and 80, you go off the charts, you know, but if you, especially
you look at younger people, and do you know that 2 weeks ago at St. Thomas's Hospital in London, where the Prime Minister is right now, every single person on event was between 22 and 52. Every single person. There are high BMI males. They were pregnant.
Oh, yeah, BMIs. Yeah, that's the problem. The high BMIs is a big problem. That's a big problem in the United States to begin with. I mean, we don't even address the BMI issue here. It's
I think the interesting thing is this is kind of the ultimate. I mean, it's terrible to say, but in a sense, it's a lifestyle disease. I've just finished this book called "Flip the You Switch." And what's interesting about it is that you measure HRV with devices like this Whoop device. And, Deborah Burke said in a press conference when asked about what elderly is, you start to look at your driver's license and go, oh my God, at risk. You said, no, it's your biological age. So I think it's a big wake-up call that what we have done, unfortunately, as a country is we have medicalized lifestyle problems like a high BMI. Like a lot of people with diabetes, we have medication after medication, and we really should have been much more proactive in terms of, having people some way to be able to get fall in love with the gym and exercise and losing the weight, because, now for your job, you're going to want to be a very, very low risk factor person. And as I point out, you look at the stunning statistics in terms of the African American community. Terrible. And I think it's because, we made a big mistake with chronic disease in America, thinking it's taking a pill. Your cholesterol's up, take a pill. Your blood pressure's up, taking a pill. In this section of the book that I call Battle, if these chronic illnesses are very, very tough as you accumulate them. What was it? George Clooney said that, that aging is not for the faint of heart. I mean, they're tough. They need real expertise. And the trouble with the African American communities, they just haven't had the level of medical care in many parts of the country. The money and resources haven't put on there, and we're starting to see all of these lifestyle faults come to the fore because some of it's, there have been exceptions, but some of it's young and healthy and fit. I'm actually part of a group that's named Whoop Hardos, and they're all these 25 and 26-year-old friends of my younger son. And they're like Harvard squash team captain, Middlebury lacrosse team captain, great athletes. And we compete every day with our scores. I should show them to you if we can find my phone here. With our scores to see, who has the best recovery and who has the highest HRV. And, these individuals, one of them actually had coronavirus and barely even knew he had it. So I think that it illuminates, tremendous disparity in care. The kind of cavalier attitude we've had towards chronic disease. And then we really, public health authorities again have sold us down the river. Not only did not warn us and give us the right advice, but it's been this, what I call foo-foo stuff, where it's like, oh, yeah, you need to lose some weight, walk up a flight of stairs, walk an extra stop to the bus, you'll be fine. And they really should have been encouraged to find life sports. They, run and walk and jog, and to find things that they love to do, and they do enough stuff to make a difference. They just, we haven't given people enough in terms of medication, in terms of lifestyle, in terms of diet, nutrition, and nothing interesting enough. It's been like walk up a flight of stairs. It's just been a comedy or tragedy of errors. So I think a lot to be learned here. But think of this as a lifestyle disease, and as a disease that really is not properly managed in terms of the terrible way we manage chronic diseases. Nobody's on the ball anymore. You have a chronic disease, you run a couple of medicines, there's no one following up on a regular basis. As we age, they think now that aging is a marker for all of these risk factors. It's not that you're 60 or 70 or 80, Nicholas. It's that you have some COPD, you have some asthma, you have some coronary artery disease, you have some GERD, you have some acid reflux, you're a little overweight, you have a little diabetes. All this stuff accumulates, and that makes you biologically old. So I think we have to be incredibly aggressive. And instead of spending all this money on the super high-tech new equipment, we need to spend money in the basic prevention, and we have to make it interesting.
Yeah, but well, one problem you have here in the rural South, I moved from Seattle to here to be closer to my grandkids because they're up in the Raleigh-Durham area. But here's the experience. My wife told me, she goes, "Oh, the best restaurant here is a Cracker Barrel." I said, "You kidding me?"
Exactly.
Okay, you got to be kidding me. Okay, so
It's not the Kale Smoothie Bar.
Okay, I'm not kidding.
Fried chicken, sweet tea,
the country club is nice.
quality.
Club is nice, but do you ever have fried pickles at Bojangles? You probably haven't. But the thing is, if you haven't had fried pickles, you can always go to the State Fair and get fried Twinkies. Okay, they have fried bloody everything. Okay, you got to come down here and you'll see what I'm happening.
Wait, go further south. Why don't you go down to Louisiana? You're going to look like a bunch of
I know that. I've been down to Louisiana. Yeah, if you really felt your BMIs.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a serious problem. I mean, if you go to any one of these places around here, they're off the charts. The only thing that saves us here in the county I'm at is the people here. We ask them, because I just got back from Italy in October, right as this hit. So I was sitting there, wow. Then I came back from New York, and just as it came at the end of January, I wasn't even afraid to go to a Chinese restaurant because I told my wife, I said, there's this coronavirus in China. Should we really go to a Chinese restaurant? But the thing is, if you're in the rural South and they go, oh, we're going to go for a big trip. Where are you going? To Harnett County. It's right next to Lee County. That's their idea of travel. Seriously. So because of that, we don't have much coronavirus because these people don't go anywhere.
I look back, and here I was in the midst of all the Super Bowl, covering the week of the Super Bowl, and I just shudder every time I think about I was in all that crowd. And I'm not a crowd person, but when I have to be, when I have to go out and do on location, I'm there. I do it. I think something that we should discuss here, Robert kind of hit the nail on the head. We became complacent. We became very comfortable with our lifestyles. And when you become comfortable, you're not growing, you're not learning.
How is New York going to ever get back on its feet? I just got back there, and how can you not bump into people? I bumped into the people in the elevator. I bumped into people in the subways. I bumped into people in the street. How are you not going to? How are you going to be in New York and not?
You do, Nicholas.
My son just moved back there, and it's scaring me half to death. I mean,
you don't take the subway anymore. You don't take buses anymore. You do walk it back and forth. You do have a home office. It is going to be a younger city. But I think it's also interesting to take this lifestyle situation internationally. Look at the death rate in Norway. It's about 0.3%. I was at the World Championships for cross-country skiing competing there last year for the U.S. Incredibly healthy country where they have cross-country ski night slopes, in like 400 towns. It's unbelievable. You look at Germany, again, a younger population than initially got it, but I mean, very, very strict in terms of the contact case tracing. They've done amazingly well. And you look at poor Italy and Spain by comparison. I think the most interesting and tragic piece of this is going to be Africa. Now, what's interesting, and I've spent years out there physically, and decades visiting as a member of the UN High Commission for Refugees, Work to Save the Children, as a correspondent, as a doctor and whatnot. One, they're used to epidemics. When I was at an Ebola epidemic in Uganda, they had a government helicopter who would go and pick up anybody who had Ebola and bring it back to this hospital. And we're wandering around with Ebola hospital with just these cloth masks with a tremendous loss of life among the healthcare providers there. But the other interesting thing is, when you look at a lot of these diseases in the developing world, coronary artery disease, diabetes, colon cancer, even breast cancer, in underdeveloped parts of Africa, you wonder whether, paradoxically, they may be saved in that they don't have an older population because the oldest are going to be 50 or 55, and that you have a very, very good diet. It's beans and rice. It's an excellent diet. It's 95% all the nutrients. People are walking miles every day. They're playing soccer. So I think it'll be a bloodbath in places like Lagos. But as you look in the more rural parts, hopefully, of Kenya and Mozambique as an example, one would hope that they'll survive. But when you look at the competition now for masks and N95 respirator, surgical masks and respirators and whatnot, who's getting cut out of this? I mean, Latin America, Africa, it's terrible what happens out there. Not spending enough time and attention on on the terrible, terrible life this, because you're not going to get a ventilator, if you're in Zimbabwe. It's just not going to happen.
Well, not right now, but we have learned that there is a way to build some ventilators. I'm talking with some people who are have situations. They are trying to buy them. They're just now buying test kits through a connection we have on the show that's been on our show a few times that has rapid test kits. So we are making connections happen. And Africa has been the ones to step up and start asking, can we buy this now? So I have been very encouraged to see somebody do that. Now, whether it actually gets there and they distribute it, that's a different story.
Okay, so I'm part of a big ventilator task force for a tech company I can't mention. And we have looked at ventilator production. The problem has been that there's been no inventory. Everybody, we make 5,000 ventilators a year. We pride ourselves on last minute inventory. So for instance, for one of the companies, the pumps are in Malaysia under lock and key.
Right.
123 parts all over the world, can't bring them together. Actually, using the US Air Force to try and bring parts in. But we're looking at how do you scale ventilator production. So we're scaling up to 100,000. But after the show, why don't we trade emails? I'll link you with this group and let's see what we can do in terms of building, especially these much smaller portable ventilators can be used for Africa, and also realize that especially with younger populations that the high flow nasal cannula is vent sparing. So if you don't have chronic disease and you're not older and you have early ARDS, it may spare. Right now at New York University, they're looking at ordering 16,000 of the high flow nasal cannulas that deliver a little bit of PEEP with that positive expiratory pressure to 10,000 ventilators. So there's some thought that we may be overusing ventilators. And my hopes and prayers are certainly with the people of Africa. We're certainly focused on ourselves now on audit because of the tragedy, enormity of the tragedy. We're going to beat this, and then we're going to watch the rest of the world where this is going to unfold. India too. It just is a terrible, terrible.
Well, India has got very good control over the situation right now. We have a huge Indian panel, and I've been real encouraged.
There's Indian panel.
There's our leader. There's our leader.
Yeah.
And Kit being one of the yeah, so he
knows everybody in India.
He knows everybody around the world. He knows everyone around the world. But in India, what I noticed was a big calm. And here's the difference between India and the US and is the money. The people are not concerned about their financial situation. The government said, we're going to take care of you, but just please work with us so we can contain this. So immediately they got everybody working together. This is our sign, right? We got everybody working together, and they made that connection happen. And then you can start seeing peace and love. They were just trying to say, let's calm down, let's get that peace going. But they told them, don't worry about food. We'll get the food to you. Don't worry about money. We got enough to take care of you. So in the U.S., every word I've heard on Facebook and anywhere else is, I don't have enough money. How am I going to survive this? And I'm like, think about your health first. And then let's get past that. So I think the difference truly is our mindset of what's important. And India took control of that. We see a flattening of a curve. Am I right?
Not yet, but we are still in control.
Very close. It's very, very close.
We have done the lockdown much prior to what's happening around the world because of the learning from Europe and the learning from China and the learning from Korea. And then due to the lockdown, we are in control, and we had a backup that we are creating more hospitals. We are converting hotels into hospitals. We are converting schools into hospitals so that we have more amount of backup, because we are more than 1 billion people. And you won't believe that around 5 to 7 million of them are volunteers around India, supplying food, supplying a lot of different medications and things around the country. That's what we are doing. We are trying to calm them out, and also our lockdown would be till 14th of April, but we are trying to extend it for a couple of more weeks so that we have ample amount of time to block the transition and try to be safe, and that's what we want USA to learn from us and do the lockdown, because you are still counting the dollars.
And I think that we need that centralized community control where if we can't officially lock down, we control a parameter of a community and contain a community at a time. I think that
what we have done in India, we have finalized around 50 odd hotspots, which those areas are already curfew and no one can come out. No one can come out on those areas because of hotspot areas of coronavirus.
Right.
So we are doing plenty of work on regular basis. But I have a question for Robert that there might be pandemics coming up and maybe some future we'll also have some coronavirus or maybe corona 2020 whatever it is. But do we have a medical budget or maybe something with WHO we can plan for the whole of the world during this pandemic? Because I don't think so. Any country have a medical budget, but everyone has a defense budget.
That's a good question. Do we have a medical budget? We have a defense budget.
We are buying a lot of rockets and missiles and aircrafts and all those things, but I don't know. I've never heard that in any of the budgets that we are buying the ventilators or we need masks, we need the PPE and all those things. And suddenly all the world, they are literate about the PPE machines and the ventilators and the masks and the sanitizers, and people are start manufacturing it at their home and utilizing the old clothes. But I think Robert have a very vast experience and he worked at a lot of different organizations. So I think he must be aware that can we plan something as a medical budget kind of a thing or maybe something standardized from WHO, because we believe in India that WHO is not doing the role what they have to play at this point of time.
It's very interesting. WHO, to your point, has gotten a lot of criticism recently. And you think back to the Ebola epidemic, think how political they were. There's the WHO representatives in these various West African countries, were loath to criticize the government or to move very quickly. And you were playing with fire because Ebola had always sort of burned itself out in these small little villages. And suddenly you find it in these big cities, racing through there. So, on the one hand, I think that they've been right. The contact case tracing was the way to do it, the way that China did it. You look at their curves, they came up, they put the cordon sanitaire out there. They basically tried to, self-isolate and whatnot, and they came flat-ish. It was only when they started to put people into quarantine, all the case contracts that work. So I think they've been right on some things, but imagine the World Health Organization saying that it wasn't transmitting person to person just a couple of months ago, or saying that it would be damaging to stop flights from one place to the other. I should show you this amazing graphic. I have all of these flights coming out of Wuhan going around.
Oh yeah, the GIS.
So I think that there's a lot of mistrust in terms of these organizations. I do think we do with Tony Fauci and the CDC have one of the very best teams, but come back to this core point is that you in the technology world have to imagine how things are going to be in 5 years and plan in terms of computing capability. Or I'm working now with a team on quantum computing. Kind of on
IBM's big into quantum computing.
The quantum computing is phenomenal. In terms of either I had to retech all of my matrix algebra courses to be able to feed stuff into the.
I sit on a NC State board, and IBM donated the quantum computer to them.
North Carolina State, yep.
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting to watch the innovations. But yeah, if you're using quantum computing, we need to talk because.
But what's interesting is that you look at the daily newspapers, right, and all this terrible news and stuff, and that same day, people at IBM or Apple or Google, wherever. Imagining like 5, 10, 15 years down the road. The politician has such a hard time doing that. They have to kind of deal with whatever the current threat is, whether the future that. I think that more than anything, Bill Gates was right. This could have happened. Could happen with the flu. CDC is worried about these hemorrhagic viruses. Like Ebola and Lassa, and what is it? Congo,
SARS.
But the fact is that. Nobody really imagined it would be this big. Nobody really got it. It was going to be this huge, just unimaginably big. And so, I'm actually impressed. These White House conferences you have every day, at least the technical people. I'm impressed with what they're doing. It's a very hard thing to do. I think the modeling's been decent. The data's been decent, but it's the biggest medical experiment of all time, locking down the world. Who can imagine that? It's beyond comprehension. And then the speed of these trials, I was looking through what Mass General is running now in terms of the various trials there. And, it's amazing. Every day you look at stuff that would take a year or two to come out in the New England Journal of Medicine, it's coming out in 5 days or January.
Right.
It's the complacent.
Stunning time.
Well, how do doctors practice? I mean, the thing is, when I was looking at some of the solutions out there, you have remdesivir, you have hydroxychloroquine, you have these IMO 2800, and okay, so now you're the attending physician, and here's your choice. Let's assume you have the choice because you may not have it, may not be available. Which do you choose? How do you choose wisely?
A couple of great answers to that. One is, of course, you're having this stuff published almost on a weekly basis.
Sure. Right. How do you keep up with it?
But the other is, so there is actually, I was advocating there should be sort of a daily grand rounds, which you should do. I'd be happy to do it with you.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a call almost every day with St. Thomas's, with Mass General, with Dartmouth, with New York. Pulling all this stuff together. But there is the 100 top sort of intensivists around the United States have an almost daily blog that comes out. And we're going, hey, our peak was too high. We were blowing out people's lungs. They were getting pneumothoraxes because we were using too much pressure.
Sure.
We were using too much oxygen. So, my biggest fear has been that, the Mass Generals in New York hospitals, the Dartmouths are going to get it all right. What happens is this moves into rural America around the world where you don't have
they won't get it right.
Medicine. And part of the answer is, that the Mass General does have a wonderful kind of flow chart. What do you do? Someone they're short of breath. When do you put them on ventilator? When do you put them on the oxygen? What do you look at remdesivir versus using Plaquenil? And so we're learning on a day-by-day basis. The key thing is that these lessons learned have to basically be learned every day. They have to be distributed every day. People can't read a journal. They're running, they're working 18 hours a day, trying to get a few hours of sleep. It has to be really simple and it has to be crisp and clear.
Right.
The way I try to put it is this. Look, you have a pilot. You don't need a course that teaches how to fly the airplane. That's how to fly the airplane. It has to be, what do you do, with this thing on a 737 MAX suddenly goes out of whack? What's that one thing you do? People know how to run ventilators, all right? But what should those readings be? What should the peak be? What should the oxygen level be? We knew coming into this, for instance, that you needed low tidal volumes, which they've used for ARDS. What do you do about the cytokine storage? Dr. Moskowitz had some interesting comments that maybe they're wrong about the IL-6, the anti-IL-6 and anti-TNF alpha. But every single day, they're on it. And it's the most interesting time ever to be alive, I think, in terms of medicine.
Well, is there a way we can tap into that, or is this all a part of a secret society?
No, if you want to tap into and we're looking for a partner to help us in terms of having these.
Because we can beam this internationally through IBM TV. I mean,
rounds, and also just like we're with a nursing school, we're putting a little home course, and that is, here's how you take care of somebody else. But what do you really need to know? You need to know, do they have chest pain? Are they starting to get short of breath? I think that if they're reliable, having these little PaO2 devices that give your arterial oxygen, if they're reliable and you're following it on a daily basis, because, to your point, as you said at the beginning of the show, we're not catching people early enough. People are dying in droves at home, in ambulances and hallways and waiting to get seen. We needed to kind of clear out the clutter in terms of the worry, well, they really do not need to be seen, and have those people that do need to be seen early. But I don't know if you all remember the Coconut Grove fire back in their 40s in this nightclub in New York where so many people had these terrible burns. Mass General completely revolutionized the care of these burn patients. The way the wrappings were put on, how long they were put on for, whether the skin was exposed. And that's happening right now. The degree of innovation, at a Mass General or New York Presbyterian or Dartmouth is phenomenal. Or St. Thomas's in London. Look at the Boris, he had a 1 in 2 chance of coming out of there alive, and it looks like he may do it. We scrambled 3 companies over there to get him the right kinds of medicine that we, the United States, did. And I got him protocols from Mass General, other hospitals in terms of, what will they do if they get onto a ventilator? He's going to make it out. It looks like it's amazing, tremendous, sort of minute by minute innovation. So, and when you talk to, people in these hospitals, they're exhausted, but they're also exhilarated in terms of, the ability to save lives. So the 65% your point, death rate on these ventilators that, they're now getting people off and starting to send people home. It's pretty amazing time.
You bring up something that's very interesting because we talked about this today, but something I learned about doing some research on the Ebola epidemic and crisis, when the infectious disease doctors would go and work with the areas infected, they would automatically tell them your survival rate depends on this, your ability to fight. And sometimes I think a lot of it is that, and we know right now that when you're put on a ventilator, odds are very poor in your favor right now, right? But maybe if we change that mentality, mindset, that maybe, and we know why, right? Because the way it changes the way the oxygen is moving in your body. And then your organs turn ischemic because they're not getting the oxygen level they need because your lungs aren't producing the red cells like they should. So you've got to take a look at all of that, and maybe we can innovate something else in science that changes that in our body. Why is that changing? Is there something we can do to change that so we can change those odds? Maybe that can happen. Why we haven't started investigating that over the years, maybe it's because we didn't have to, but now we need it. And maybe you're right. Maybe this innovation can happen in 5 to 6 weeks instead of 5 to 6 years. But one of the things I did learn is a lot of the survival came from here and here. And we need to encourage people that, and we need to encourage them to get their immunity system up. Because we've also been learning that people with a higher immune system, the younger children, the ones who haven't compromised their livers yet, because the liver is what flushes all the bad things out of your body. It filters and decides what goes and what stays. And so the younger you are, the better you are. And that also goes back, we've had these doctors, stem cell research, right? They feel like stem cell therapy might be a revolutionary change for what's happening in the bodies with COVID. So all kinds of innovation.
The 2 points. So I think what's interesting is that you really have to start training for the epidemic. And what I mean is, you take someone who trains to be an athlete. Like, I do 3 world championships every year. I do cross-country skiing, I do ski mountaineering race, and I do stand-up surfing. As an athlete, you're looking at getting the best possible nutrition you can, the best immune status. You are using these various wearables or biologics to find out where your recovery is on a daily basis. But you're not going to learn that kind of optimism in the ICU. You're going to learn that out there, trying to run your first mile or marathon or whatever it is. But, in a very real sense, we need to train for the next one. We need to have the best possible immune system, the greatest possible fitness. Biological age is now measurable. As an example, HRV, heart rate variability, used on these and many other devices like the Whoop device. So at my particular age, I should be about 18. It goes up as your biological age goes down. So for instance, a 5-year-old will be like 110, a 20-year-old will be like 90. So I got my HRV up around 90 to 100. The Palo Alto Foundation actually has a prize for the first mammal they can take the HRV of an old person to bring it to a young person. So I think that there are going to be these various variables. But to your excellent point, Kimberly, I think that, we need to train this sense of optimism we can to and get through it. If somebody's lying there, about to go on that ventilator and thinking about having done a fun run at least and made it across the finish line, they've got their mind, I've faced adversity. I can do this. I can win. So that's the mindset we need, but we need to start training for it and training for it now because it's coming back next fall.
Do you think it's going to come back next fall as a different virus, or do you think we're going to be dealing with the same virus because we're already on COVID-20? And I mean, you've seen this, you've done journalism on this for years. This is part of what you do. You write about this, you talk about this. This is your life. I mean, you've seen these trends come and go. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's $1 million question. Does this become like, the flu where you have an H1N1 next year, the numbers change every year? When you look at the markers that have changed, it's been fascinating because they've been able to trace now and say, for instance, that the New York cases did come from Europe and not China because they've been able to do these little kind of molecular footprints, or fingerprints. So the question is whether it really mutates as a disease and the ethnicity changes. I'm not sure that's going to happen. Hopefully it won't. And, many times people have this nightmare scenario of viruses becoming more and more sort of lethal, and they usually don't. They usually go the other direction. So one would hope and pray that it becomes a little bit more docile. In the end, the genicity doesn't change, so that as we develop these various vaccines, that they actually will work. But of course, when you look at the early work in China every year on flu, looking in birds and whatnot, and trying to determine what it is, they'll be on it in terms of coming up with the next vaccine, as long as they have the right one. But I think that it may be the same virus, and that, of course, if it does start to go away during the summer, of course, during the southern winter, in South Africa and Brazil and Argentina, whatnot, it may, continue to burn down there and then just make its way back up. So it's a great question.
So yeah, because I don't see an end in sight, because we don't have a vaccine. They keep saying maybe in January. We have maybe treatments, but they're not confirmed treatments. We've got people, promoting here and pandering there. So we need to get kind of a control, like you said, maybe that voice that we need to trust and listen to. Like you mentioned, CDC has always been a strong foundation. We just need to bring it in and lasso it in, so that we know what to follow and what to do. I just can't fathom having to do this for another year. It actually really doesn't bother me now that I've been here.
You're the world's best home office.
I know. Well, here's what's funny. I'm so used to traveling a lot. Like 85% of the year, I'm on a plane. And this is the first time that I've been home for 3 months straight. Oh no. And I'm like, oh gosh, if anybody called and asked me to get on a plane right now, I think I would have a heart attack. Well, yeah. But I'm like,
I'm so comfortable with it.
But I make myself comfortable wherever I'm at. But yeah, I've kind of built my nest here, and I'm happy. But again, we are a culture that likes to kind of, network and get together, right, Kit? You get out there and do something. Eventually, that's going to happen again, maybe. And I guess we'll wear a Darth Vader mask.
Get pretty comfortable. My 7-year-old plays home all day long. Anytime I want to go play, I'm going to catch you, or I'm going to get you around the sofa. We go for bike rides. My fiance is home all day long. We have dinners together at night. I think the hard thing is going to be to get people to go back there. I have a job. Do we really want to get back on another airplane? And this you're going to say, do we really want to pay for it?
No, I am finding new ways to entertain. Well, I've always, but new ways to entertain at home. I shop from home now. Like everything I buy is from home. Right. And the only thing I miss is my seamstress. I miss her dearly, but that's it, and I'm learning how to do things around the house. I've never been domesticatedly challenged. So to clean and all these things. I'm learning to garden. I'm building a bigger garden this year.
Yeah, so. I do the dishes, do all the wash, do all the cooking and whatnot. But I think it's interesting, Kimberly, you were talking about your seamstress. The Queen of England, I thought, was fantastic on this. What she said was, you have to say to yourself, when I look back, am I proud of what I did, right?
Right.
I think all of us are, figuring, Anki, you and India trying to figure out, how these work, and getting out there and figuring out where the various lockdowns are and how they're going to work, and being excited about this. But I think that we really have to take care of those around us. For instance, for your seamstress, send her stuff. For the people who do hair coloring, I've encouraged them actually to put together little foot kits. They put them outside. We're trying to back all of our local restaurants. We're trying to, for people that are closed, trying to buy gift cards in advance, for places we usually stay. Try to buy in advance. Try to really support all those businesses and all those people that supported us. That this is a time for us to be our best, not hiding under the sofa.
Right.
I think we united as a world, basically, because this disease is not for a particular country or a religion or a caste or a color, but it should be united. And if this person, or maybe a COVID person, will sustain in one country, it will again spread across the globe.
What I love too, Ankit, was that look at the global. So India is now sending us the Plaquenil, the main drug that the president talks about is coming from India. I was almost in tears the other day when I saw a Russian transport plane land at JFK with supplies, or the Chinese sending 1,000 ventilators. It sounds corny, but it really is one world, And We have all of these stupid political reasons that we don't kind of get along. And this is the time really to join together as one world, And it's amazing to think the U.S. is always, sending stuff out to these epidemics around the world, that they have, inbound planes from India and China and Russia, just brings you to tears.
Well, the thing that I noticed is we're all humans, right? No matter what, we're all humans. And
politicians?
Well, except the politicians.
Yeah, humans aren't politicians. Politicians aren't humans.
That are the leaders are the ones who are causing the conflict and controversy. But if you would talk to the doctor who was treating the patients in China and he was not gagged to speak, we probably would have had this problem fixed.
Exactly.
It became a political issue, and it's our politicians, it's our leaders that have kept us from being together. And it's one of the things that probably saved a lot of us here. Our group is we started talking amongst each other because we're a global board. And I started hearing, and it started hearing, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. Oh my gosh, toilet paper ran out. Nick freaked, and it's like, it's ran out in the US.
The expenses are growing from 100 to 400,000 now. In the 3 weeks or so, I mean, we are doing this show from past 4 weeks, every day at 7:30 India time and 10 a.m.
Yeah, we go global. We go global, so we have people.
I have to do a radio interview and
yeah. Well, I have to go too. So I just emailed
our show. Ankit and I have a challenge for the world, and we're going to do the challenge here in a minute because Ankit and I are physically challenging each other on health. But yeah.
Well, it's so fun. What a great show. Thank you so much.
Grazie. Grazie, they say in Italy. Spasiba, as you'd say to Sasha. And later. Right.
Sasha had something to say real quick. Take care.
Robert, very quick. I don't want to rain on your parade. However, another Russian plane landed in Italy. There were 100 officers, and 80 of them were actually spies. I'm not sure how many spies were on that plane that landed in.
No, we sent them all back.
We know all that stuff, right? So,
you're not raining on my parade. We have a blizzard here today. It's snowing like crazy. So you've just snowed on my parade.
Okay, so I'm sure we are all not that naive. We know what we're dealing with, especially when you're talking about.
Are you saying there's an ulterior motive for them shipping stuff to us?
Yeah, let them continue to ship, but keep your officer.
It was a nice gesture. It was a very, very kind.
The wise. Yes, Sasha, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Please join us again.
I will. Thank you very much.
Please.
I'm going to ask for some advice on home offices. It looks great.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
All right, that's wonderful. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Green screen helps too. Okay, Sasha.
Great.
Challenge.
See you tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, Sasha. Oh, but wait, we're going to test your thing today, right?
Today.
After the show. So Ankit and I are going to do our challenge and sign off. So I'm going to get ready to do my challenge.
Yeah.
Ankit did this yesterday. So hold on. I'm trying to get it so you can see me.
Yeah. So it's a very simple challenge, Sasha. You have to just sit down and like this, and you have to stand up without using anything.
All right. And here we go. You're going to see my messy office because I haven't had time to clean.
That's fine.
So, can you see me?
Yeah.
But I got my knees crossed. But anyway, so I'm going to cheat a little bit because I'm a little bit older. But no hands. Are you ready? No hands. Whoa. All right, I did this today.
Yeah,
no hands. No hands. Sit back down. No hands. No hands. No hands. So I did do it today. I think my area is tight. But
that's good.
But we're going to do it. We're going to get ourselves healthy. We're going to work on getting yourself healthy, right? Use your legs. There you go.
Bravo. Well done.
I used to do Taekwondo, so my legs were developed really good, and I ice skated for 30, 40 years. So, but anyway, but yeah, it works better when you have a little tequila.
It's time, yeah.
That's what I tell people. It works better when you have tequila. But can we get our ambassador to sign us off?
कोरोना वायरस से कैसे बचेंगे? ओके, हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
There you have it, folks. Namaste.
And that's for Kim.
Oh, that's beautiful. Your wife made that?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Wow. We're going to get an art show, don't we?
Help my wife to do this.
I would love to learn how to do that. I would love
That's
to. Yeah, no, we'll work on that because, you know, I need to learn new hobbies. So, besides work, right? And I work out. I do my exercises, but you know, I'm trying to get my gardening done. But I'm, you know, I had to pack yesterday, which was fun, packing my son's stuff and getting it ready to ship to him. So, but anyway, what a talk today, huh?
And I have very good news, by the way. I got this contest next Saturday. I got 2 grandmasters.
Yeah.
One is Alexander Donchenko, who lives now in Germany, and one is Bob Marin, who lives in Romania.
Okay.
They're both very well-known grandmasters, so they will be playing, of course, online. So.
And now we need to get the people who can bet on it. We'll start promoting it and people to register for crowns. I don't know how they register, but let's sign off so that we can practice.
Okay. So the most important thing is that all people, they can do it 2 ways. Number one, they can register like you did on Chess Stars. So then they can not only listen to commentaries and see the games, they can also do the bets on each and every move, as I said. Now, other people probably, if they don't want to register for some reason on Chess Stars, they can watch it on YouTube. But on YouTube, you will not be able to bet on moves. That's all. But you can watch the show. So I'm pretty sure that the way we do it, of course, it must be improved. I'm not happy myself.
We're working on it, one step at a time.
But it has great potential. The betting system is working 100%. The game works 100%. So you will see it on Saturday. And then we have to figure out how to incorporate better technology. Because right now I'm not happy that you cannot see the faces of players. You can see their game, you can see their moves. But
that's what we're going to work on, because there's a way to get around that. And I need to understand the commentators. And is it just going to be you? So let's sign off, because the whole world's hearing about it.
Oh my God.
Don't worry. This is part of build up and part of live. But let's sign off so the whole world doesn't know all of our secrets.
Excellent.
We're going to play David Copperfield.
Thank you for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow. And bye-bye, everyone. And stay at home, stay calm, and stay united. And